Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am trying to do the best I can to follow the rabbit down the rabbit hole tonight on Conspiracy Monday. Hello, everybody. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party. We are tracking all kinds of new information about Donald Trump, and apparently information is pulled from all different sources. Donald Trump is claiming that James Comey violated laws and probably hacked, actually gave away classified information. All of this is to discredit James Comey. The entire case against Donald Trump does not predicate on James Comey's testimony. It predicates on Donald Trump firing him because he was investigating him in the Russian investigation. Even though he said he wasn't directly investigating Donald Trump, he was actually investigating his cabinet. The testimony of James Comey is almost immaterial. The real issue is Donald Trump committed obstruction of justice. Okay, let's see what we got here. I've also got an interesting feed I'm getting from somebody in our room about a strange cult of MK Ultra CIA operatives working in Laurel Canyon during the 60s, led by Charles Manson. And this is just bizarre, and I'm just taking in information from people who are conspiracy theorists. So tonight we're all about that. This story here just came to me. White Rabbit, the account White Rabbit. Research shows Guccifer 2 files copied locally, not hacked. Okay, that means that if it was copied locally and the bit rate was so fast that it was copied at 24 megabytes per second, which is what one person has found out, that the WikiLeaks that were revealed were not necessarily from Russia. They came from something hardwired to the DNC. And the only source could be Seth Rich. We are sure that Seth Rich may very well have been the one who released all the WikiLeaks information. So all of this is getting more and more interesting. I don't really care if Comey does go to jail. I don't trust Comey, and I'm trying to get to the root of the problem with the Russian involvement. Comey's in the way. It's nothing. The whole Russian thing doesn't rise and set on Comey. It's way beyond that. So you guys who are trying to, have a mini happy day, Trump supporters thinking, oh, well, we're going to discredit Comey. Comey's irrelevant. Trump already admitted that he fired him because the guy was investigating him. That alone is obstruction of justice. All right, so we just made a video that was just released. Misanthropy found the only actual photograph of Comey out there speaking. We're going to take a look at Seth Rich speaking. Let's take a look at Seth Rich right now.
With the DNC, I think several of you have spoken about provisional ballots and rejected ballots. I guess we've looked at, as an outside practitioner with a vested interest in training our voters, how do we get better access to data that tells us why ballots are rejected, why ballots are cast as provisional, so that we can analyze that and then develop better training guides?
Can one of the election officials speak to any work you've done with?
Okay, so he was questioning the provisional status of these ballots and how effective the system was in keeping it honest. So this is a man who was killed. He was shot 3 times, and in the process, he essentially went to the hospital. His friend said, Seth, you've been shot. And he didn't even know he was shot. He was up at 4:30 in the morning with some involvement. God knows, maybe he was being harassed or attacked. But he was out there and they shot him 3 times in the back. Very strange. Experts say it wasn't a professional hit. A professional hit would have been direct to the head, like they do in... Duterte hires little Catholic girls in the Philippines to romance drug dealers and learn to shoot them in the back of the head. Can you imagine being a... Thank you very much, Jack. Can you imagine being a little Catholic girl in the Philippines? And many of you are probably watching this in the Philippines right now because we have a really large audience. Imagine being trained by the people, the Secret Service in the Philippines to shoot men in the back of the head who like them. Because the men who are drug dealers go after the sweet little Catholic girls because they think they're safe. They don't trust the prostitutes. It's just unbelievable. Let's be clear. The man was killed by the Pizzagate elites. Yeah, safe to say that. So this implies that this came from Seth Rich. The Guccifer 2 files were copied locally, not hacked. That's a huge breakthrough because so many people have been saying the Russians were hacking the emails of Hillary Clinton. And even Donald Trump openly invited the Russians to hack Hillary Clinton's emails, which, by the way, is an act of espionage that Trump committed. Okay, we're going to play a song that we can play on our show that there's no restrictions on because I created it. It's just something I put together, you know, with a program called Magix, Magix.com, and it's cool. They gave me all these great clips that I just pieced together and came out with something that it sounds good. And it may sound a little gay to you. Some people say, Dave, that sounds really gay, but I'm going to play it anyway. I don't care what you think. Here it is, Mr. Right.
Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. Found. You sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away.
Okay, yeah, so that was a pretty intense picture of Seth Rich just talking there. So this is the man in question, and he got shot, and very likely was giving away information. He was a pivotal character in the DNC who was very aware of voter fraud. And he was a big Bernie Sanders supporter, and he was trying to rally for Bernie Sanders to take Clinton out of the equation. And a lot of you Democrats believe that Bernie Sanders would have beaten Donald Trump. And you know, you're probably right, ironically. Hillary had too much baggage in this election. But regardless, we're not looking back, we're looking forward. We need to investigate what happened in the hospital room because he was patched up. His whole body was completely stitched up. We talked about this in the pre-show. So if I sound like I'm repeating myself, I am. Yeah. All right, so you've got a lot of wild statements there, Jack. You know, there was a time when I would come in the show and I'd hear this stuff from somebody and I'd say, you're nuts. You're out of your mind. Seriously. But then people said, hey, have you ever heard of the Illuminati? Back in 2008. And frankly, I knew nothing about the Illuminati. But now we've got people like Frank Zappa exposing the Illuminati. I mean, okay.
Unwholesome, perverted. Get away! I am the slime. Because even if you got them to register, they don't know enough about what's going on to make a decision after they've registered. So maybe it's for the best if they don't register.
So how do they become more informed? I mean, they become a news addict like you? And that news is so skewed anyway.
Well, I'm watching.
Apparently, Chatroom Celebrity just told us that Frank Zappa died shortly after making this video.
Watching the same skewed news that's available to everybody else. I don't have any kind of secret information that comes filtering into my house. But what I've learned to do over the years is subtract the spin And so if you flip from channel to channel and see the different ways the story is covered, you can average it out and get some idea of what's going on. And then the fact that certain stories are reported at all is very suspicious. And you learn to spot these, why are they talking about this now?
Let's talk about things on television.
Okay, so we'll play the expanded version of this a little bit later in our show, at actually quite a bit later, at 10 o'clock. So if you want to take a break right now and go to bed and then wake up for the rest of our show, you can. For those of you who are insomniacs, welcome. We'll be adding that to our list tonight for our viewing. And we start the video hour at 2 o'clock. Excuse me, at 10 o'clock, all the way to 2 o'clock. All right. Yeah, lots of weird stuff happening. Yeah, I know. You think that Mr. Right's a gay song. I get that. I'm Mr. Right, in case you're wondering. So he died at 52. Wow, that's too young. Good evening. This is a story that gets better and better. It kind of started with many people who are concerned about people being killed. And obviously, the Star Whacker story is a serious story, and we need to actually address it. So what we're going to do is we're recording the broadcast, so everyone who is posting hateful statements will be recorded. Any death threats will be recorded. I just hope you know that. This is a serious show, and we're going to be prosecuting anybody who's attempting to threaten me anywhere on the internet as well. So we'd use this as documentation, because when you sign in, your chat can be recorded. It'll be part of the documentation that we present to law enforcement to have you extradited out of your country when we find out who you are, who's seriously trying to stalk me and threaten us. All right. Be careful in the history tab. We'll see your favorite porn sites. You don't have to worry about the history tab. I have no history in porn here, because I don't look at porn online. I think we need to lay the groundwork right now and establish that Ann has to go. No, Ann's a big part of this. Am I turning red? Ann's a big part of our show. She's been a part of our show since the beginning. We used to be confused about Ann, and I think Ann was confused about Ann. But we really have a lot to say about Ann, and good things are always going to be happening here with Ann. So you are kind of getting that point where you're wondering what the hell's going on.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly. So we are always aware of this new kind of a person that's becoming more and more aware of us. I have strong concerns that some of us may be not who we say they are. As you know, I've got some issues with stalkers and people who are hanging out in our room every night. We've got one guy who we know is KGB, Meow TV, and I can't kick him out because if I ban him, he'll come back as Meow TV 3, Meow TV 4, Meow TV 5. He'll be up to Meow TV 69 and still be coming back in the show. So we know that they hang out in our show. Ever since we started our show and we were censored around the world, we've got people from every imaginable country wondering, will this party start, and will this person, David Sponheim, really succeed at what he's trying to do? Well, I started the plan to run for president in 2008, and I want to welcome the worldwide audience. Thank you for coming in here. The plan started in 2008 with the beginning, and I was doing 10 hours a day for 50 days up until the election of Barack Obama, and trying to get more and more information. We were hit the ground running, and we did press releases, all kinds of things, and we were systematically ignored by everyone. And right around the time of frustration, I call it, I did this video, 54 days into it.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, And we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure.
Yeah, it is kind of tough on the bumps, I will admit that. You know, bigger, more luxurious cars are way more comfortable to ride. Yeah, it was my dream car. I actually saw that car new in 2000. And my dad was and I were watching. I remember a very memorable moment of my father and I watching TV, and we saw this guy, State Senator Barack Obama, talk, and everyone in the news said, yes, this Libyan named Barack Obama may have higher aspirations. And my father turned to me and he said, David, do you think Barack Obama will run for president? And I distinctly said, no, he's not a natural born citizen. Remember, he has to be a natural born citizen to be from America. Because during those years, from 2000 to 2007, everybody knew Barack Obama as a guy from Kenya. This Kenya. Did I say Libyan? I'm sorry. Kenyan. And right after that scene and that conversation, that commercial came on for that car. The Honda Insight. And then the next thing my father said to me was, hey Dave, look at that car. What do you think of that car? I said, Dad, that's my dream car. And I managed to find that car used in 2006. It went from 25,000 to around 7,000 in that amount of time, in 6 years. And I bought it for 7,000. And then I managed to, run it all the way to now. Managed to buy a brand new battery for it. It's got a brand new battery in it. Cost me $2,000 for the batteries, but overall I'm about $10,000 into that car. And we liked it so much that we bought Sarah another one, just like it. But hers has a CVT transmission. So we are gladly recording everything. So thank you for at least honoring the request to not put out death threats, because it will be recorded. There is an ongoing reality check here that some of the things on the internet are not true. That a lot of things we're getting it's fake news. And this story of fake news ironically came from CNN. And now we're saying, because CNN pulled the story on Donald Trump getting contacted by the Russians to remove sanctions, CNN claims that the story is invalid, when in fact the 3 reporters that did it were so sure it was accurate that they resigned right after the CNN pulled the story. Well, CNN pulled the story, that's great. Problem is, those 3 men resigned, and now CNN is claiming they laid them off. The story was inaccurate, when everything about the story was accurate. So there's all kinds of twisting going on CNN's part. And I found out that Jeff Zucker, the CEO, is an Ashkenazi. So let's take a look at this picture right here of Sarah's car. Except I can't find it. There it is. It was hiding from me. So it's the same exact car, but 1 year newer and less mileage. I have 225,000 on mine. She has 140. She bought it at 129, I think. So she's put about 10,000 on her cars. No, Sponheim is a German name, not Jewish. It's German. My family moved from Germany in 1100 AD and then went on to Norway, where they started a farm and a winery. And some of the people from that farm and winery decided to move to America in the 1860s. And that's where my family descended from. They landed in America and settled up in North Dakota and in Minnesota. And some of the other family members who bear the same name I have moved up into the northern reaches of Canada and are up there still. I like Argentina. I don't know why you'd want to make Argentina a nuke zone. That's ridiculous. But anyway, she got this car. This is the story on this car. I had this feeling. Somebody said, looked at my car and they said, "Hey, where do you get that car? It's cool because it looks brand new, still, and it's 16 years old." And I said, "Oh yeah, I just checked online and I had this feeling you could probably find one for around 5,000." So I went home and I checked Auto Trader and I found this car for 5,000. I thought, wow, that's amazing. Except I don't have 5,000 to pay for it. So I called the guy and we went down and looked at it and we were checking it out. And it's like, wow, this is really cool. It looks identical to that. And we went home. I said, "Sarah, that's a really clean one. It's like really nice. And it's just about 5 miles from where we live." It was the only other car that looked like that in our area. It was just like right near where we lived. So I called the guy up and we offered 3,500 because we know that these cars at around 15 years old have a battery problem. And the guy took the 3,500. It was great. It was incredible. And he had the manuals for this vehicle, so we have all the technical manuals for both vehicles. And we're going to keep these cars forever. Jay Leno said in 2009 that this car would be the #1 American automobile collectible item. You know, so it's like, wow, okay. We're going to hold on to them and see how far they go. Yeah, I get 55. She gets 47 on the highway. Hers is a CVT, mine's a 5-speed, so I open up the 5-speed, I can get about 55 miles per gallon. They were slated to get 70, but in a real-world test with up and down hills, wind resistance, etc., 2 people riding a car. But still, you're saving a lot of money when you have these cars, and that's why I'm in love with the car still. End of story. I would like to talk about Barack Obama lying about his birth certificate, because that was the other story I wanted to talk about. I will be prosecuting Barack Obama for lying about his birth certificate. There's no way I'm going to ignore that. Joe Arpaio has put together a tremendous file, which is so accurate, it's unbelievable. And Donald Trump is ignoring it. I will get Joe Arpaio to get that file out there for everybody to look at. It shows that Barack Obama's birth certificate indeed was copied from one 15 days before, and that they just simply doctored the evidence and put his name in there. Everything that I looked at the time, and I'm the original birther candidate, everything that I found, and I talked to one of the known experts on documents in our area, in the country, in the world, Doug Vogt. And I have a recorded broadcast on my radio show with Doug Vogt, if you look it up. Anyway, he is emphatic. There's binary and halftone images on the same image. And we know that that's impossible. It has to be a multiple copy of a copy photoshopped. So we know for a fact that this is indeed a birth certificate issue, and we can prosecute Barack Obama. The good news is we're going to, when we do prosecute and win in court, we will be able to finally repeal Obamacare. Trump won't be able to do that. Trump will never be able to repeal Obamacare. I've said it all along. Look what Mitch McConnell ran into last week. He only had 12% approval on his Health Care Act. Trump stole my ideas of mobile medical units. He never even added them to the policy, and it's the central idea to dropping the cost of health care. Everything about Trump reeks of lies, deceit, stealing ideas from me. He stole 10 of my ideas, for real. I can validate that in court. I have enough proof to validate that in court, no problem. And people who know me since 2008 know that I'm the guy who came up with the 1,000-mile fence. I'm the guy who came up with the blimp plane, the ocean pipeline. He calls it Ocean Dome. I'm the guy who came up with the no refugee plan, which he morphed into an anti-Muslim plan, which ruined the chances of our country stopping the Muslims from coming in, because he's put it into court now, and it's not even going after the real problem, which is the UN and the resettlement plan. I'm the guy who came up with that plan that was improperly implemented by Donald Trump. And I've got all these other things that he said that he's copied from me directly. So he was watching our show. We know for a fact he was watching our show in 2012. We even recorded the chat we had with him on Ustream. Now, bear in mind, I did talk about how I will be prosecuting Barack Obama as a birther issue. It's got to be front forward. We can't ignore this. But I'm also going to be adding a prosecution of Hillary as well. Now, Hillary, it seems, has been involved in what appears to be something in Haiti. The president of Haiti has openly stated that he was approached by the Clintons, and he's on tape and on record saying this, The former president of Haiti said that he was attempted bribe by the Clinton Global Initiative, that they attempted to bribe him. Now, prosecuting Brock, prosecuting Hillary, something Donald won't do because he's bought off. And many of you Donald supporters just are finally going, wow, this is a little weird. He seems to be doing his own business. Like the deal he made with China, he virtually traded Chinese chicken. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. He traded Chinese chicken imports into our country for 38 trademarks with the Trump name on it. 38 trademarks. That's how many trademarks he and Ivanka have negotiated with China. In exchange, we get Chinese chicken. Yeah, let's fill the prisons with the rich elite instead of the poor. Good point. You bought an old Sherman tank? Seriously? Military surplus? And you drive the Sherman tank to beach every Saturday? Jack, are you really living here in the earthly plane? Or are you making that up? Because you don't want to discredit your important statements about the Laurel Canyon MK Ultra deal. We know you can't drive a Sherman tank to the beach every day. The cost of gas is like ridiculous. It costs you $30 to go 2 miles. Nice one, though. We know Rock Johnson is going to run for president. Yeah. And I'm going to be filing with the FEC, too. I haven't done that for 2020 yet, but yeah. Apparently, the Rock Johnson is going to be running for president, everybody. They used to say the WWE was going to dominate our country. In fact, in the movie Idiocracy, if you recall, the guy at the top of the heap in charge of Idiocracy was a WWE kind of character. So it's kind of amazing how our world is duplicating the Idiocracy that we once saw was just a joke. It's turning out to be real. Even the writer of the movie Idiocracy said, wow, I've never realized this was such an amazing prediction that he had made. Dude, well, one of the things that I'm doing is I'm on a weight training program that will put me in the top of the heap, and I hope to look as good as The Rock by 2020. But better, because I'm a swimmer, and his bulk and all that's going to look kind of ridiculous. All right, let's move on. I think we're done with The Rock. Thank you. I know, he doesn't have any talent. You know who else is going to run? I'm 6'4", by the way. You know who else is going to run? They say that Mark Zuckerberg may be running for president. That's a possibility. I mean, I've never seen a person with worse personality than Mark Zuckerberg. When he speaks, it's like you're going to sleep. And it's bizarre. I mean, let's listen to one of his statements, just anything he's said. Randomly.
Beijing， 我爱这个城市。我的中文很糟糕，但是我的天，学用中文。
I mean, he's speaking Chinese. How the hell are you going to understand that? I mean, we've got Chinese chicken, Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken coming into our country. We don't even know it's dog meat. And you got Mark Zuckerberg speaking in Chinese. How does he expect to be president?
Priscilla doing geoplan.
He's struggling because he's not that bright. The story about Mark Zuckerberg is his family pushed him along. He stole the idea from somebody else. He paid him $160 million to shut up and go away. You know, the whole idea for Facebook. Well, Zuckerberg is not Jewish. He's Ashkenazi Jewish. Because the real history about Mark Zuckerberg has been completely fabricated. It's not even his real last name. His real last name, according to experts in the subject, is Jacob Greenberg, the grandson of David Rockefeller. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of pictures that have been put together revealing the same connections. Faces. The face was changed. Basically, Jacob Greenberg got arrested for marijuana possession before anything happened. He had some facial recognition or facial changes done, cosmetic surgery done. Not too much, because the face is almost identical. And they popped him out with a brand new name. The name Zuckerberg, if you trace it all the way back at Ancestry.com, only goes back to 1957, and that looks like a fake file. So there was no Zuckerberg family coming over the boat and immigrating to the country.
North Korea has been showing off its latest range.
Okay, we've got North Korean nuclear threat video here. This is unlisted, so this may be a first for us to look at. Let's take a look. Now, here's a country that's posing a huge problem for America. Thank you, Bingo. We are seeing our country engage in what appears to be a battle of words with North Korea instead of talking. Isn't that ironic? So here we could be on the phone with North Korea discussing issues by now. And this was my idea all along. Trump copied that too. He said, well, we should make a phone call. I'll meet with Kim Jong-un. Bottom line is, I've been talking about making a phone call when I'm president, because I can't call him right now. I'll plan you, man. But this is a really weird time that we're living in, where North Korea continues to saber rattle with all their threats of missile attacks. And last week I just said this. I said on the show, I said, you know, I am absolutely at my wit's end with Donald Trump, because he doesn't do anything. When these people are launching missiles, why aren't we launching our anti-defense missile system? Why aren't we kicking that into gear? What happened right after I started saying that? Why don't we fire a rocket to take it out to test our missile system, because it's a perfect opportunity? Right after I said that, Donald Trump reveals that they're going to be investigating the THAAD military system uses for North Korea. THAAD military, which is the anti-ballistic system that we have in place. So it's like, dude, don't talk about it, do it. Don't just say you're going to use the THAAD, do it. Shoot one of those things out of the sky, Donald, and prove that you are way more capable, and we are way more capable of leading this nation and protecting South Korea and any other nation with this anti-ballistic capability. Let's stop mincing words and saber-rattling with North Korea. I don't know. You can put ATP on anything. It's not our brand. It's an ATP is a symbol for the American tennis professional. Yeah. I said THAAD missile attack, not whistle. The THAAD missile system. You're hearing things. Jack, I'm telling you, Manson has been living in Nixon's house, in the White House, for the last 45 years. He's real president with Henry. Yeah, Jack, you're starting to sound a little bit out there, but hey, I'm definitely taking a look at what you're saying, man, because it sounds almost outrageous. And you know, I know that you're trying to be a pretty grounded person. You do know that people go to mental hospitals for saying things like this. I don't have a lisp. That's ridiculous. This is not a wig. This is my real hair. I have a wig, but it would cost me putting it on right now. 400 million viewers on UHF. Thank you. Welcome, worldwide audience. Let me add some color to your text. You deserve it. Yeah, we're having a good show overall. I mean, I'm not in any way complaining about the possibilities of what we're all about. We've reached into a worldwide market, and our show continues to improve with the added help of people who bring great news like Antique. Thank you. The complete list of bottled water containing fluoride. Wow. Thank you. And it's Antique's experience here as herself and her other username that has brought us tremendous amount of information about the death of our planet and the ecosystem. And that's why Anne's still here. All right? If any of you are wondering that. Anne has been a tremendous boost to figuring out why our ecosystem is just destroyed and why it gets worse and worse. The deaths of fish around the world increasing every year. And fluoride, by the way, is a neurotoxin, and it is something that lowers your IQ. A study done at Harvard Medical Review showed that fluoride in our water with 4 parts per million causes a reduction of IQ from 7 to more than 20 points with a controlled variable. I mean, you could be walking into a test and having fluoridated yourself in the morning. You're like poorly resulted. The kids, if your kids are drinking tap water and they're going in to get tested, they're not going to be on. They're not going to be on the honor roll. They won't be in the academically talented or accelerated learning course. And this, unless they were like me and a genius, and then took some fluoride and was still a genius. I spray a little fruit enzyme on my face. It's not placenta, in case you're wondering. Thank you. Yep, so things are good. We feel like things are mellow out, but let's take a look at all the different toxic waters that are out there. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Seriously? Okay, we're going to take a look at some of the bottles that contain fluoridated water. Let's take a look. This is Alhambra, Arrowhead. Arrowhead is fluoridated. I used to drink Arrowhead as a kid, made by Nestle. Belmont Springs, Crystal Rock. I used to drink Crystal Rock. Crystal Springs is fluoridated. Deer Park, Diamond Springs. Hinkley Springs. I wonder if John Hinckley's family owns Hinkley Springs. A very wealthy family, the Hinkleys, by the way. Did you know that John Hinckley was out on, he's living with his mom now? After shooting our president, he's out on extended parole. Isn't that something? Shoot a president, Ronald Reagan, and get to live with your mom in a retirement home. Ice Mountain. That's a Nestle's Waters. Candioja. Premium. Kentwood Springs. Mayer Brothers, Mount Olympus, Nursery Water, Ozarka, Poland Spring. And Nestle's has purchased the Poland Spring brand, and they harvested out of the beautiful rocky springs of Poland, Maine, and then they fluoridated it. Should I spray it on my hair too? Let's take a look. There. Hope that helps you. I read it. It's unbelievable. Puritan Springs, Shenandoah, Sierra Springs, Sparklets. You guys know Sparklets in LA, of course. And Zephyrillus, a Nestle's Water North America. So let's suffice to say that Nestle's is the big culprit here. Amazing. Isn't it amazing? It's in our water. They say 67%. Fuji is not on the list. 67% of our water is fluoridated in America. We are the #1 fluoridated nation in the world. Yes, I'm writing this down so it'll look more legitimate. And that's not a made-up statistic. That's a real statistic. I've heard that too, yeah. There's a woman does a pH test on most of the different brands. Yeah. You know, my dentist was telling me that the pH is so low in our water system that we're getting tooth decay because of the acids in our water. Isn't that interesting? The more alkaline our water, the better it is for our health. That's another fact. And the theory is that alkaline, when it goes in our body and goes through our body, pulls acids and free radicals out of our body into our urine. You don't mind if I talk frankly about urine, do you? Okay, I'm going to look up the sex slaves that I know about Hugh Hefner. Yeah, this whole thing is it's all weird about the whole Hefner. Yeah, many women have accused Hefner of some pretty outrageous things. Jack, you're going into a permanent notepad. I'm keeping track of what you're saying, man. It's important. I'm not blowing off what you're saying just because I never would have even thought for a second that this Illuminati story I heard about in 2008 was so big. Kind of going back with what I started with about 40 minutes ago. The Illuminati story has gone into a weird world of Pizzagate. Apparently the elitists are drinking the blood of children. Have you heard that? Yeah. Kind of crazy, isn't it? I have evidence of that in a video. A person spoke out about that top journalist, and he had to say it matter-of-factly, like it was no big deal, but I mean, he said, this is what you need to look at. These people are so powerful. All they want is immortality. They have so much money. Immortality is all they think about. So we're kind of worried that this type of mentality is in power, and it's got to stop. Yeah, I don't have that confirmation right now. If I find it in my travels, I'll bring it in. But yeah, drinking the blood of children, and that would explain why children are being abducted at an alarming rate in Virginia. The stats are beyond belief. I mean, all the kids going to the chief of police, Peter Newsham of Washington, D.C., all the families that have complained to him have been told by Peter that he can't do anything about the missing children. And these are families of black kids and white kids. They're getting yanked out of cities like Virginia Beach, which, by the way, is not a very rich town. You got people living there kind of barely making it, even though it's a Virginia Beach. You'd think, wow, you're on the water. It's got some tough people. Yeah, Kathy O'Brien, Ted Gunderson, old sex slaves. Yeah. Well, they killed Ted Gunderson. But Kathy O'Brien's come out publicly about how she was brainwashed as a child. Yeah. Kathy O'Brien claimed that she had sex as a child with Gerald Ford. Yeah. Now, who's Kathy O'Brien? No, I was right. I've been leading on the story. Alex follows my show. Alex is, by the way, controlled opposition, in case you didn't know. He's not even Alex Jones. Alex Jones admitted he's not Alex Jones. He's Bill Hicks, who faked his death to become Alex Jones. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. Alex Jones recently said in his court case that he's basically a performance artist. So he's not even the real Alex Jones. But let me show you one woman, this woman who claimed to be, controlled by the Illuminati, raised as a sex slave, and she met with another woman who talking about their experience. Well, here's Alex Jones. Let's talk about that first.
Are you rolling? You ready for this? Or to be more accurate, you didn't. Are you happy now? You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks. Are you happy now? You bastards? Yes, I am Bill Hicks.
And yes, I did remove my camera. There's my green screen, by the way. Okay. Yeah, he said he's a performance artist in his recent case he brought up. Yeah, let me see if I can get you a picture of Kathy O'Brien. She and another sex slave were speaking about their experience with sex slavery. And I think many of you would like to know more about it, I'm sure. But they control these politicians by enlisting sex slaves. You think, well, Kathy O'Brien, she's an older woman. She's not that beautiful anymore. Well, she was pretty as a young girl and as a woman. And, she's manipulated. These people
Hello, my name is Marion Schneider and I'm from SAF TV, and we have done an interview with Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips. We invited them to Germany because we want to know more about their experience with Secret Service, one could say, and with mind control programs they have personally experienced. We took the interview 1.5 hours, and Boris is the cameraman.
So the way they behave, so it's very strong to be. And
is setting them free, and they're wanting to heal. They're suffering from extreme post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay, this is Kathy O'Brien talking with Mark Phillips about this problem, and they've broken away from the CIA and the handlers. So, and they did this interview, and I'm going to show you a sex slave that broke away as well, and is now getting treatment and help from Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips. I'm not sure what kind of help she's getting, but
and have aspects of mind control that are pervasive in their everyday lives, and they want to reclaim control over their minds, control over their lives, and their soul expression. And that is forthcoming, and that's what we are dedicated to in the future.
Thank you. First part is done. Now we start with China.
and then they hand the microphone off to this other young woman. This has all been redacted, by the way. Their entire file, video file, was stolen and redacted. So the CIA got to this file, but they did release a certain amount of video.
Shaila, you have been submitted to mind control as... Oh, sorry, I have to start again.
Shaila. Her name is Shaila.
Shaila, you have been submitted to mind control as well. Can you describe it?
She's been submitted to mind.
I would say that the kind of mind control I was involved in was more of a basic, everyday, what most people experience kind of mind control that is based in religion and based in child abuse. And that is what brought me to meet Mark and Kathy, was that I could see where people were using fear to control other people. And so I began to have the effects that most people have when they're not in a structured form of mind control, whereas Kathy was very structured in what she went through. Mine had no structure other than basic religion and isolation from society.
So she was handpicked to be an Illuminati sex slave, and here she's talking about it. And all of you guys are going, wow, she's really cute. You see how powerful these Illuminatists are? They've got the ability to draw people in as cute as her. Can you imagine meeting her at a party in the, like, say you were at one of the K Street parties that they have in Washington, D.C., and she happened to be there. And she just, oh, hi, yeah, I'm the daughter of one of the congressmen. Oh, yeah, sure. And pretty soon you're like, whoa, you're really cute. And she's like brainwashed to be your sex slave. Pretty soon you're like in a bedroom with her, and they've got cameras watching, and pretty soon they see your little, pee-pee. It's kind of like the Donald Trump tape that Moscow has using against him, blackmailing him. Well, that could happen to you. And then you find out later she's 17. And then the rest of your legislation, everything you do, will be controlled by a phone call. She's not lying at all. Black Kitty, I'm afraid you're part of the Illuminati's tag team that come in here. You weren't here earlier. You came in to stop any kind of questions about the credible stories we have of Kathy O'Brien and Shaila. Yeah. So now you found out, no, they haven't debunked anything. The fact of the matter is, these stories get out, and if you had a debunking video, you would have sent me a link, okay, Black Kitty? And you don't have a debunking video, do you? Well, I'm not a sex slave. Even though many of you are attracted to me, I'm not going to be performing a sex act with you. Yeah, Black Kitty is shady. The story about Jared Kushner. Tried and failed to get a $500 million loan. It all points to Jared Kushner, He tried to fail to get a $500 million loan from Qatar before pushing Trump to take a hard line against the country. Wow. So, who's running our country? Jared Kushner. What did Jared Kushner do that his family is really upset about? He spent $1.8 billion for the Kushner building in 2007. Okay, that might not be a big problem. It's located at 666 Fifth Avenue. That's not even a problem. The problem is, 2008, the subprime mortgage debacle occurred and everybody lost their shirt, and Kushner was sitting there with a $1.8 billion building. So he just, about a year and a half ago, he sold 49.5% interest in it for, guess what, $88 million. So half the building is sold for $88 million. Tell me that's not a loss. Just to keep his money coming in so he could meet his minimum payments on his massive debt, Jared Kushner took a dive. The story gets better. Then May 26, the bombshell story about Jared Kushner is revealed to the press in the United States. Just May 26, wasn't too long ago. About Jared Kushner being listened to, talking to Kislyak, the ambassador to Russia, about opening up a channel of communication with the Kremlin, a secret channel, and asking to use the Moscow embassy in Washington, D.C. Basically, the Russian embassy in Washington, D.C. would be his way of communicating secretly. What was he trying to do? He was trying to actually get involved, information-wise, with a Russian oligarch secretly so that he could sell this house that he has, or this, building that he has at 666 Fifth Avenue for $4 billion. To a Russian oligarch. He was trying to set up a deal, a secret deal, without Obama's consent, without the transition team's consent. So he's in violation right there. Jared Kushner should not be this close to Donald Trump. The only good news is that Donald Trump doesn't get any top secret information about Russia anymore. That's the only good news. Donald Trump can't get any top secret information about Russia. Now, if we were to engage in a war right now with Russia, with Jared Kushner, with all his connections to this moneyed interests in Russia, and Donald Trump, and God knows how much he's been involved with Russia, we're going to find that out when we see the 10 years of tax returns. But when we see this person in charge of our country, if he were to start a war with Russia, or if Russia were to start a war with us, we'd be in trouble because Donald doesn't get top secret intel. In fact, Donald Trump doesn't get any intel at all. Can you imagine?
That's why he always watches the news.
Yeah, he watches the news because he doesn't get any intel. All he wants to know is what people are saying about him. It's like, oh, a little too much intel, I don't want to have it. He doesn't want anyone to tell him what's going on in the world. Donald Trump wants to hide in his house and watch TV shows about him and tweet about him. Well, I lived in the van down by the beach, and I'm telling you, it's better than you think. Hi, Sarah. Thank you.
Hi.
I spent 2 years living in a van in Venice, California, just because I wanted to experience what life on the beach was like. And I actually had a pretty cool van that I, traveled around in. It's like a 60s hippie van kind of thing. So, Sarah.
David.
We're moving on here. Stories are just everywhere. I've got all kinds of stuff from the pre-show that we processed. Almost too much. It was beyond belief.
The pre-show?
Yeah. So here's the kind of world that I lived in. The ATP van there. I had a 1971 VW. That's a 68, I think. Or maybe even a 67. Very rare. But that was my life for a couple of years, but it wasn't exactly like that.
Not by Big Sur?
I lived in Venice, California for a while.
Venice. A little more crowded than
Yes.
Big Sur.
Yes, the Charles Bronson story was in that van, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Maxine Waters and I don't have any anger at her. I think she could certainly give me a call and we could talk.
So,
but she needs to learn how to spell impeachment.
662, your link didn't go through, just so you know, because you have to make an account for links to go through.
Yeah, and I'm afraid you can't really put links about me in here.
Okay, you wanted to...
I'm going to take a break.
I'll click on the Power J link. So
Okay.
many links.
Thank you. So many links.
Time.
So many people giving links. Thanks.
Security guard attacked by a homeless man at a local McDonald's. Wow. I don't know if I really want to pay attention to that. And a Kentucky congressman wants to repeal tax on Social Security. So much. So many links. So he introduced the Senior Citizens Tax Elimination Act, which would assist struggling middle class by eliminating an unnecessary and unjust double tax on seniors. Oh. So they have to list their Social Security benefits as income, which then they already paid income taxes. Well, there's Big Sur, which is a little bit like that, Dr. Meow, in California, but not, and yeah, it was it definitely was a stock photo. All right. Well, take more fiber, Salty. That should help you. I don't know. Whatever you missed in the last 30 minutes, I also missed. Bingo. So I guess we're in the same boat. Yes, Connie gave me this oversized nice shirt. She always gives me these nice shirts that are a little bit too small for her and maybe too big for me. Really? Down here it looks perfect. It's like it's because it comes in at the waist. Like the sleeves look big. It's so funny because like on the hanger it looks like this giant shirt, but then it like tucks in right here. So then it's like a small shirt. Oh, how come every time you arrive Sarah is coming on and David's leaving? Because maybe you always arrive at like 6:30, which is the time that I give David breaks, and David's been doing the show for like an hour and a half, and so he's frustrated. Maybe it's just a timing thing. And you're just saying, no one cares. That's probably true. A lot of people don't care about each other. It's so sad. Very, very sad that people don't care about each other. Sometimes I do, but I try not to wear the same shirt twice. At least not twice in a row. Sometimes I do, but I try. Okay, You're never here when guest chat is off. Oh, okay. Yeah, because you want to have your voice heard, which totally makes sense. But you don't want to make an account. Well, it's just because her midriff, yeah, and my midriff, I'm gaining a little weight, but well, because it's so sparkly, this shirt. Bingo. What? Oh, Dr. Meow. All right. So, could do trivia, or I could just hang with you. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Just hanging, not doing too much. Hello, Antique. I don't think so. I don't know how to say your name. A-H-U-H. My hair does grow pretty fast. It's true, Jackson. They always say when you cut your hair, it grows quickly. All right. It's like I agree. No one should be yelling at anyone. It's not nice. So, I'll try not to yell at anyone. I'll try. I can't promise, but I'll try. No, I'm usually pretty good about that. Sometimes I get frustrated, but not too bad. No, that's never gonna happen, Salty. Just so you know, never ever gonna happen. David no longer lives in a van down by the river. He said he did when he was like young and feeling his oats or something. I don't know what that is. Yes, I have to remind her of that sometimes, Bangolitis. David's a little hyper, maybe. True. You made a spicy veggie tofu tacos. Nice. 6 for $4. Not bad. Not bad. Yum. I know, he does that a lot. You know, I'll just go like this. Should I purge him, mute him, or ban him? Yeah. I'm gonna start by muting. There we go. Thanks, Seeker. I'm doing well. How are you, Dano? Are you enjoying your summer? Are you planning for your for what you're going to do in your maker class that you're gonna conduct when you get back? Why doesn't anyone trust us? No, it's still here. I don't know what problem you guys have. I know, I'm totally under fire. I think I'll just hang out and let it happen. Yes, exactly. So, is there a certain reason you wanted to post that on Scary Scarecrow? So, I think yeah, I know, Misanthropy. I told David about it, and I am working on, I don't have it on this computer, but I'm working on getting a Dropbox account so I can share it with you, a Dropbox file, and then he can add pictures to it. And I told him what I told you about Hello C.S. Clericus. David is just prepping dinner right now. So I told him that you're making a great website and that I can add it to the website and do that instead. Ha ha ha. Yes, fun. Oh, that's true. I could just do a Google Drive, except Misanthropy doesn't like Google Drive at all. He hates Google. He hates anything associated with Google. Would you be willing to do a Dropbox? Dropbox was revolutionary. It was the first of its kind. I suppose you could call it outdated unless you're someone that hates Google. I personally like Google, but I know Misanthropy does not like Google at all. He thinks it's going to take all of his data or something. Yes. Well, I don't think Misanthropy is Caesar, no. I am waiting for the school year to start again so I can use those lesson plans from that other teacher because she makes such good lesson plans. You don't log into corporate entities either. Well, what could be used as a spy tool? Dropbox? What would you use, Ghost, if you're trying to share pictures? Would you just email them? I don't know, Muncher, if this site works on 64-bit Firefox now. No, I would never tell kids to rip their pages out of their books and stand on their desks. No. I have heard that Bingo says Google is not your friend. Make no mistake. Lame Duck email service. Okay. One possible real reason behind global warming. Oh, that's a good idea. Make a public Dropbox where you don't have to download anything. That's a good idea. I could even do that with with Google too, like a Google Drive. Make it public so you could just click on a link and get the picture. Yeah, I agree. Hello, cuck. All right, I'll ask David to do that, and then I can set the settings. Let me see if he has any pictures on here, or if they're all on another computer. Lucky Duck loves Google. I tend to like Google because of that fact. Like, I can make public pictures and things like that. What's going on? What topics are we discussing? I know I used to be so good at discussing topics, but add the logo. Okay. Sounds good. I've gone away from doing that. I should be looking at the news and talking about it. Well, the ones that people say I'm using to know, they're posting in the room. What is David cooking for dinner? I don't know. I know it's not eggs. Probably chicken. We had some chicken yesterday from we have this pretty interesting, it's a New Wave, N-U-W-A-V-E, New Wave cooker, and so we made a whole chicken in the New Wave cooker, and it's a free range chicken. And anyway, Dave was like, this is probably the last chicken that we'll have because all the other chickens are going to be imported from China. Yes, at your school, the teachers do have to share the same lesson plans. It helps to talk like that. It's different than a crock-pot. It's interesting. It's here. Let me see if I can find a picture of one. I know. I don't know if Dave would buy from a local farmer, but that's a good idea. New Wave Precision. So it looks like, oh, let me add this screen region. That's what it looks like. It has this top, and so the heat comes down from up here, and then in here you put in like this basket or wires that it sits on wires, and then the fat just drips off of the chicken, and the heat that was up here, and it's a fan and a heat, and so it's called I think it's called an convection oven, maybe. Yeah, a New Wave convection oven. They're pretty cool. I mean, it was pretty good. You just put some spices on it, throw it in there for an hour. Actually, we did like 45 minutes on one side, like breast down, and then 15 minutes breast side up. So you don't know who I am? You've only seen David on here. So my name's Sarah. Oh, you haven't made a website since 2010? Which is about when I made that website. Well, that is our plan. Is Oh, the principal wants every student in the school doing the same assignment, which would be okay if, you know what, I recommend your principal looking into mathematical mindsets. Anyway, Mathematical Mindsets by Joe Bowler. I think I should just ban Salty Dog. Yeah, but most of our plans are, we're going to teach such and such page. And I know, you know, it's, kids don't like doing that. But, oh, cool. You learned responsive web design last night too? Fantastic. I'm glad I'm inspiring you to get back into web design. That's fantastic. And I have been working on, what I've been working on is I'm still learning JavaScripting, which is pretty good. I mean, I kind of skipped over the CSS. Oh, wow. Yeah. So for language arts, I read Strategies at Work. It's an older book, but I read that this summer. And then for math, I'm not reading. I'm taking a course from Stanford, a $100 course. It's really good. It's called Mathematical Mindsets by Joe Bowler. She has a website called ucubed.org, which is really good. It's okay, I'll be the coder lady, you'll do the design. That's what I need because I'm not a design person. All right, I'll tell David to upload some pictures to Google, and then we'll make them. We'll make them. I'll make them public, and then send you the links. To compile, install GCC. It's so he's been messing around with the. Is this yours? Your paste bin, that's your code. Good low level example in C. Oh, you're from Germany. Well, I don't like the swastikas. That's not good. Not C sharp, but C. Oh. Thank you. I'll have to save both of those and work on it on my other computer. How to create a simple web-based chat application. PHP and jQuery. PHP like is a little scary, but I'm not sure, King Dave. Well, with all the viewers that you tell us all around the world that we've gotten, all around the US, I'm sure that David will get more votes than he did last time. Oh, there's a leaked G20 summit video. Let me see if I'm logged into my account. Yes, I am. You're going to drop a paste bin on how to locate the memory address you want to
heat that
change.
chicken up for you? Out of that container?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be good. PHP is just like ASP, and I don't know either of them. I don't know PHP or ASP. All I know about PHP and ASP is it's a way, like, so that people can't see the actual code. That's basically what I understand of it. I know. I'm not that smart. But that's okay. And ASP is just one letter away from ATP. Alright, I am going to look into learn how to create a simple web-based chat application. That's good. Voting Trump in was possibly the most epic troll of the world ever. Yes, and I know you're not misanthropy. You're throat. Aw, Ghost, that's so nice. I made you want to dive back into low-level code. That's so cool. Because you're like, yeah, you've been playing around with C# too long. I'm glad I'm inspiring you all. And David's inspiring me. 1 billion viewers. And I don't even know what's CCAM. Very good. Fantastic. So wait, this is a health in C. Okay. I'm just sending these to myself. Misanthrope and misanthropy like each other. Good. Paris metro floods. Well, can't JavaScript do some of that with the variable data? I did download Atom today, yes, and I used Atom to do some of my JavaScripting today. Well, get someone else to do that, Salty Dog. That's not this type of chat room. Yeah, good question, Salty. I mean, misanthropy. When is that not the case? All right, rainstorms flood Paris metro, prompting station closures. Heavy rains and violent thunderstorms have struck Paris, flooding more than a dozen metro stations. There's rivers flowing along the tracks and rare passengers making their way through the deluge. Wow. Yeah, I'm sure you could get back up to speed. That would be fantastic. I really like... Oh, Morse code. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you could get back up to speed. I'm really liking Udacity, by the way, as far as like, as far as learning goes. Yeah, the memory's there. You just have to, it's one of those things that you have to just learn it. Or not learn it, but you have to use it. It's like a muscle. Client-side JavaScript only works with what it is given. But I've heard JavaScript has come a long, long way. Like they have a JavaScript server called node.js now, and then there's the reason I wanted to do JavaScript is because they have this I don't know, application maybe? I don't know what to call it, but this WebRTC that Mark was talking about in the room the other day, so which is pretty good. If you run things on the client side, do not trust it as an input to your server side without escaping the data first. Okay. There's a code that if you type it, you can like see the future. That would be cool code. You want this. Mad Dog wants this. Okay. No, he just got muted a couple of times. A laminate cutter? Cuts laminate up to 8 inches wide and 10 millimeters thick. So the difference is server side and client side. I have not had any spirits in over a decade. Any alcohol in at least a decade, maybe longer. Do you have a virtual girlfriend at Oh, laminate flooring installation kits. That kind of laminate. Got it. Are you planning to do a lot of flooring, Mad Dog? David makes you want to hit the bottle? Wonder why that is. Are you gonna plan on like doing a laminate flooring business or just for your house? You're covering your whole house in laminate wood flooring? You don't need a cutter like that. Do you have a like a skill saw? Or even just a hand saw, you can do it. Well, I think it's a virtual girlfriend, Misanthrope. You have a kitchen haunted by white spirits and there's a smell that won't go away. Have you like cleaned out your kitchen? Because maybe it's just mold or mildew. Oh man, Jackson, I'm so glad you don't do that anymore. Used to do shots every time David did a impersonation. You can use a circular saw to cut the laminate. Yeah, it does create a lot of dust, it's true. You should. If you know the person that is the only woman you're gonna ever love, it's your ex-girlfriend, you should totally get back together with her. Or at least try. Because if you try, then even if she turns you down, you're not going to be any worse shape than you are now. Yeah, and Mad Dog used to do shots every time I yawned, and he'd get totally slammed, especially from September to June. It's better now. Oh man, you fell downstairs after getting slammed when David would do impersonations?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if you tried to do a shot every time David said Trump, you would die. It's not good. Avoid that. Your goal is to become friends with her. You don't want to, like, get back into a relationship with her? Or is that your, like, ultimate goal, to get back in a relationship and you first want to be friends?
What are you talking about, Jackson?
Misanthropy. He said that he So then why don't you just jump into the deep ends? Does she have a boyfriend? Is that why?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe she's playing hard to get. If you fall down the stairs that you don't live in a bungalow, yes, fact recorded. There you go. Uh-huh.
Well, I still say you should definitely reach out to her, Misanthropy. If she, she's the one like that's haunting your dreams, and you gotta try.
So the fake news CNN has said Trump's Poland speech is an example of racism, bigotry, white nationalism, said a leftist media person. He seemed to have a lot of support in Poland. We're not sure why. Maybe, well, Hitler had a lot of support in Poland in the early days. Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
You didn't interrupt me.
Well, I heated the chicken up. You can have as much as you want. Maybe finish it. I mean, there may be some meat for me if you want to pull that off.
Okay.
But, go ahead and dispose of the carcass in the garbage.
Okay, will do. Do you still have our phone number, Misanthropy? You can reach out on the phone. And I would just say, hey, do you want to go out to coffee sometime? Start with that, and then...
Yeah, he's afraid. He's afraid of what she's going to reject. She's going to reject
Don't
him.
be afraid of rejection, because here's the thing. It was like 5 years ago, and she has Facebook. Well, then you're going to have to, just...
I don't know how that happened. I have 1 billion viewers right now. King Dave.
Email address? Do you know anything about her besides her Facebook?
Okay, wow.
You show up at her house. Hey, I like you.
That's a little stalkish.
That is a little bit.
And the thing is, guys have this huge barrier getting to know a woman. Like I played this video of this woman here.
Uh-huh.
She's an Illuminati slave. Yeah.
Pretty girl.
She admitted to being an Illuminati slave, and she's openly discussing it. We're Conspiracy Monday, and guys are going, wow, she's really cute. Yeah. Ooh, wow. And that's how they manipulate senators and congressmen.
I don't know what happened to my MySpace plumbing video.
That was purged, I'm sure, Mad Dog.
Probably
plumbing
purged.
Yeah, Sarah got rid of it.
I don't think I did, but maybe I did.
You told me to get rid of all those videos. I may have 1 or 2 copies of the plumbing video, but
oh, good.
It's all on that drive. And where is that drive too? The big one, the old big one. I'm looking for it. If you see it,
I have no idea.
I know. I don't either. That's what's disturbing me. I think it's over there. All right.
Well, I would say, I don't know.
Call now.
And is that good? Hey, you want to grab some coffee sometime? I think that's a good start.
Yeah, I think it's a good... No, that's the safest way. And if she's attracted to you, she'll say yes. If she's not, you're wasting your time. Because or she may be playing head games with you, and in that case, she really is attracted to you. So, but if your response is, no, I'm not really into it, thanks anyway, bye, then she doesn't like you.
And then you've got to start somewhere.
Well, but I'm just saying an indication, because the guy doesn't want to be rejected. He feels like he's going to be rejected.
Don't be afraid of rejection. And here's the thing about fear of rejection.
That's the thing.
You got to play it all the way through, right? And the thing is, what's the worst that can happen? Oh, you're rejected. But really, the worst that you're not in any worse shape than you are if you're not rejected.
Right.
You might feel bad, but at least you'll know, and then you can move on. I'm sorry you loved my replacing the commode video. I suppose maybe next time I replace the commode, I'll videotape it again.
It was a great one. I have it in record, but I just don't know where. It's in that drive I was telling you, Sarah, about. I haven't found that drive. It's down somewhere. I'm not sure. It may be in the other room. Let me check. I don't know what happened to it. I was thinking about it today. I just don't know what happened to it.
Well,
it's possible it was broken, the drive was, and I dumped everything onto the backup drives. That's probably what happened. We triplicate backup files all over the place. So it's probably recorded. I'll look for it on my tour.
Hi, and hello, other one. Oh, by the way, Misanthropy, you have to leave a button so that we can connect to our old site too when you do create the new site. And David, so we're thinking of you can either, you don't have to do the Dropbox thing. You could add videos to, like, even though he doesn't like Google, but you could add videos to Google Drive, and then, or pictures, I mean,
Pictures
images
to Google Drive,
and then I can make them public, and then I can just send them the links.
Okay, that'll do. Hey there, Chris Burton too joined. Hey man, Periscope, see you there.
Yeah, there's a couple of Periscope chatters.
Cool. I didn't realize we had two.
Yes, the reason that we use Battlecam instead of YouTube is because
it's real.
Well,
real time.
It's because when we're offline, then it will play our most recently recorded video.
That too.
And
it's 10 seconds faster. It's flash driven. So Battlecam made a big decision to go to Flash and stay there, and I think it may affect their they may go up in their status because they are Flash driven. I'm thinking Flash is going to beat. I'm not ignoring you, Busy.
Hi, Busy.
What happened to you, man? Sorry.
I don't think I can help you, Antique.
Just repeat
anyway,
what you said.
That's the reason I use Battlecam.
Yeah, well, I've been using Battlecam for the quality of the signal. Hello. And the overwhelming instantaneous it matches the chat perfectly, whereas HTML5 clearly is running 10 seconds late. Hi, add the one. Welcome.
All right, I'm gonna.
Rodney, we don't promote Rodney here, Zellfire.
Okay, you cooked up the chicken, so I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Debone it.
I just did 3 minutes. You can finish off stuffing that's inside, because as you know, I don't eat that. I just thought I was experimenting with it. You know, I tasted it. It's not bad. I tried this really wild thing.
You tried your stuffing?
Yeah, it was actually okay. Yeah, I just don't want any of it. You can have it, if you want.
It was a little salty.
Yeah, but it's great. You get these crouton packets at the salad when you get salads at Costco. And okay, somebody wants to touch themselves, so they want the older version of Mr. Right. Okay, hold on. Well, obviously you're promoting yourself, Rodney. Everything you do is a self-promotion. Even me mentioning your name you're going, oh yeah, I scored. Dave mentioned me.
You're Mr. Right.
My band down by the beach.
Too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find.
Somebody wanted to touch themselves while watching
you
this.
You sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right. Too good to be true.
Was that good timing or what? Tell me that wasn't good timing. Thank you for making my moment possible for me too, because without me, I wouldn't even be here. That sounded like Donald Trump when he was talking about space the other day, and Buzz Aldrin was completely, like his faces were classic Buzz Aldrin faces. Yeah. Remember that. Last time you went to Costco, they offered you a tossed salad. It was like, hell, no homo. Dude, are you talking about you had gay sex in some bathroom at the Costco? Dude, come on. Seriously? That's weird. A lot of people are freaking out by that. Some people are virgins their whole life. They never even escape virginity, you know. I started when I was much younger. When I was much, when I was, I don't know, maybe 30, I really was working on the idea with my father. And this is right around the Ross Perot period. Yeah, I was 30 in 1990. In 1991, Ross Perot pulled 17% of the votes. Yeah. 1992, rather. 1996, he pulled unbelievable 19% and then quit. So I knew that the third party was totally possible. And living in my van down by the beach was fun, you know. It was an experience that I did when I was in my 20s. So I'm kind of bringing those ideas together. I believe back then that my father and I talked in 1976 about, there's a guy named Fred Harris who had the Populist Party. And Fred Harris was a Native American Indian, and I have Indian background too, Algonquin. I never voted Paul Kersenich, no, never. And Fred Harris actually ran for president in 1976. Amazing guy, and he had a populist movement that he was building. Yeah, so all I can tell you is there's a lot of people who tried and failed, all the way back to 1872, which is the origin of what many call the most important thing that happened in our country, the Act of 1871. So people have been running, third parties have been running since 1872. We've traced them that far back. I wanted to be homeless living in a van by the beach. My family had a room for me. I could have gone home any time. Why are we going there, Mad Dog? But I wanted to be homeless. I really wanted to feel what it felt like to be poor, you know. Sure, I had my trust, but no, I'm kidding. But no, I was living on like less than $100. What happened was I only got $100 in spending money to go to college. That's all I got. It was an honorarium from UCLA for being brilliant. That's all I got was $100. And I don't consider that a scholarship. That was all the spending money I had. And my first tuition was paid. My first year's tuition was paid for by an inheritance I had from my grandmother. My grandmother offered an inheritance, and she paid for the will essentially paid for the first year. But after the first year, I couldn't get any funding from my family to go back to college. So, and I was that $100 lasted me till like almost to the end of the year. And I went bus fare back and forth to my house, everything. But I lived in the dorms. It was a great year, really was. 1978. And met a lot of great people and had great times. I really did. In fact, the people that I met during that time still call me. And they get on the phone and they go, "How you doing, Dave? How's it going?" No, I'm serious. I mean, many of them drink just to deal with life, but had a lot of good times and decided I want to check out something else, a different lifestyle in my what would have been my sophomore year. So I moved into a van, much like this, and lived on the beach of Venice, California, but I got a job right away. In fact, I got 3 jobs. And I just started building up my assets. And then I met a woman, very young, 21 years old. I was like 18. And my assets went bye-bye. And then my ass was setting on the curb with $4,000 in debt. And we're talking 1920. So I said, okay, I can do this. You know, even making money, you go to debt, 4,000. So I basically just focused on getting the debt paid off so it didn't affect my credit at the time. And boom, I'm on my way to debt-free living. And from then on, it was just about saving enough money to support the rest of my life at the lifestyle that I commanded. Now, I could live in a van like this for $400 a month. I know I could. I'd have no problem living in a van like this anywhere in America for $400. We don't care. Thank you. So I'm offering $400 a month to everybody in America when I become president who wants to qualify, and all you need is a birth certificate and an ID. Yes, we understand. Thank you, Jack. We're adding that to your file. I'm taking it seriously too, Jack. This is, you got some of the most intense stuff out there. Max. Yeah. Very interesting stuff. Thank you. Oh, Guest chat off? I'm sorry. Was Sarah attacked during the show? I didn't know. What's the belly button thing happening? Are you have a little itch from reaching into your belly button and seeing how much weight you've lost? That's a good idea. Put some Neosporin on that. Because you don't want to mess with your belly button. That's where your mother fed you when you were just a fetus. When you're a little baby fetus. No, I'd say it was 1980 would be the debt time I was in. Yeah. And back then there weren't like serious fees for being overdraft on your credit card. Back then you could get, it was amazing. It was a different time. Now it's like ridiculous if you overdraft. How much is it to be overdraft on a credit card? Does anybody know? I'm just curious. I haven't done the credit card overdraft thing in a while. Is there if you go over your credit limit? Apparently a lot of you are staying under your credit limit. That's good. Excellent. Good job, dude. For sure. Oh yeah, it was a great year. And I still feel like I'm living in that era, in some ways. But for $400, you could live in a car anywhere in America per month. And if you get paid back 60 or $55 for our public health care plan, you get full health care, including dental. So it might even be going up to 60. We don't know. I'm trying to build a workable plan, but no more than 60. Well, let's be clear. It must have fallen by the wayside. The $55 plan. Dang. Smells good. We made a non-hormone, non-steroid chicken. And now I don't know if I'm going to have chicken anymore because the Chinese chicken, the Chinese chicken has come into our country. Hey, thanks, Jack, for telling me. Shalom, David. I don't belong to any kind of a synagogue. I'm not Jewish. I was raised Catholic, buddy. Baptized Catholic, 6 weeks old. I felt the holy water splash on my forehead, and I saw the steam burning off the top. No, I'm just kidding. It was a beautiful moment, actually. Bernie Sanders says a public option was silly compared to Medicare for all single-payer plan. Yeah. Well, Bernie Sanders is an idiot to know. And now Elizabeth Warren wants single-payer now to advocating it. Yeah, I'm a public option guy. And now I'm going to get my thing out there for all of you to see. Yeah, the public option, here it is guaranteed to not have any middlemen, and it's handled by a central bank, so we'll be the central bank. Welcome. And we'll be offering up this plan for $55 a month. That's right, $55 a month. You'll have a full medical and dental coverage. Now, if you don't have that ability, you can go to our mobile medical plan, and then you'll be able to get that opportunity. Max Armstrong, hollow hoax. No, I don't do hollow hoax, Jack. Remember we had a big problem with that? You're going down the wrong road there. I explained to you that hollow hoax was an attempt to discredit your anti-Zionist movement. It makes you sound like a bunch of idiots when you say that there was no deaths in the Holocaust. I mean, I'm sorry, dude. You've just gone off the deep end. Now, I don't expect you to. I will in a little bit, Moon Man. You just got banned, dude. So would you like to take a tour in my van? Oh, dude, for sure. Okay, here you go. You could take a trip to the back of the van. Sleeping on the full-size bed was kind of cool. In the back, it's a full-size bed. And the kitchenette and I had the later version. This was a 67, I think. Yeah, totally. I had a 71, dude. I bought it from a couple guys from New York. They just drove it out to California, and I picked it up and bought it in Marina del Rey for $1,800. And I ended up fixing it up and selling it for, now, nothing like this. You have been removed from the show. There is a reason why you are not allowed as guest chatters. This show is moderated by David Sponheim, and there is no way anyone is going to allow you to come in here and do that. Why do you think we shut guest chat off, sir? Thank you. Let's come into my van and check out what's going on inside. Yeah, isn't it an awesome idea? Thank you, Mustang. Sounds kind of weird. Come into my van. Yeah. Sorry. It's important, I know. Your ethnic identity relies on this. Uncover your ethnic background. Amaze yourself with myheritage.com. Uncover your ethnic origins and find all kinds of new stuff. We find new relatives with simple DNA tests. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to give my DNA. What are you, out of your mind? You know, I protect my DNA like I protect my my lockbox. No, I never offered free candy in my van. Hey, I did have a lot of great experiences though in this van. So I want everyone to know that $400 a month is not impossible, you know, in the big picture. And I know I don't want people to live, you know, without anything at all. But come on, get real. If we don't get some money back into our country, we're going to be out of a country. Companies are closing because they can't get retail sales. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's Ray bad. It's Ray-Ban bad. I'm sure they do. I'm sure there's operations, CIA is on my island. I've got 7 different police agencies within 5 minutes of my home. Yeah. Any one of them could be called. When we had a bomb scare here in 2010, they were called in, and the local sheriff worked in hand with the Navy to get the bomb squad, the Navy bomb squad, to my home to send a robot to the front of my door. So yeah, I know we got a lot of people, high-end people on our site, on our island here, our little piece of heaven. I go into the markets in the area, I say, hey, are you in heaven too? It is kind of like a little piece of heaven. Boy, guests were getting frustrated, weren't they? Yeah, and the whole show lasts forever, and you can always get back in as a guest. Yeah, it goes on and on. Hi. Hello. Amazon Prime deal coming up. Wow, 40 count variety pack. Are they paying you to promote them, Psycho Behavior, or are you doing it for free? Look, Jeff Bezos doesn't need promotion. Alibaba's going to kick his ass. And he's already getting tons of money from our government. The USPS has a $7 billion a year deficit because Jeff Bezos gets almost free trips. Anything sent is almost for nothing. It's a 1971, man. No, I didn't have any weed to steal. Oh, we got a bomb threat, Sir Waffles. In 2010, somebody sent in a credible pipe bomb threat, and then packages arrived the next day. No, I live in heaven. That's what I'm trying to say. Yep, Trump Jr. is coming out front forward trying to make it so it's no big deal that he went to the Russians. No, I don't think so. He was told in an email of Russian effort to aid the campaign. Wow. Before arranging a meeting with Kremlin-connected Russian lawyer he believed would offer him compromising information about Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump Jr. was informed in an email that the material was part of a Russian government effort to aid his father's candidacy, according to 3 people with knowledge of the email. So he willfully allowed this to happen. This is espionage, folks. The email to the younger Mr. Trump was sent by Rob Goldstone, a publicist and former British tabloid reporter who helped broker the June 2016 meeting. And in a statement on Sunday, Trump acknowledged that he was interested in receiving damaging information about Mrs. Clinton, but gave no indication that he thought the lawyer might have been a Kremlin proxy. He's clinging to the idea that he could use Russian intelligence to beat Hillary Clinton, just like his father, who openly asked the Russians to hack Hillary Clinton's emails. I mean, isn't that insane? Now we don't really take a lot of those seriously, but after receiving the threat, the bomb squad came to the home, and we still have a complete perimeter on the house check where all the license plates of every car is recorded and sent to the cloud permanently. No, I'm not. I'm doing great. GOP struggles to revamp ailing Obamacare repeal bill. Michael Obama and Hillary, I doubt, had a relationship, but you never know. You never know. We won't rule that out. Wow, what's he? Steve Forbes or Mitch McConnell? I thought that was Steve Forbes. GOP struggling to revamp ailing Obamacare repeal bill. Yeah, there you go. And this is exactly what I said. They're never going to be able to get their bill passed. I said from the beginning, the government will never be able to repeal Obamacare. There we go. We are taking all of everything in here, all the death threats are being recorded. So this will be sent to the authorities. Anybody making death threats in the show. Thank you. Just so you know. No, I'm not planning on doing anything until I choose to do that. Thank you. All right, so we're going to turn guest chat off because obviously we have a recorded amount of death threats in the show. This is what goes on every night. Everybody has to realize these death threats are part of their plan to shut us down, and they can't stop us. Oh, that reminds me. I have to play a video. The can't stop video. Yeah, I know. It sucks having to play it every night now. It's a requirement. It doesn't seem right though, to have to play this every night.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
For president.
Just to make sure that it goes as far as it can.
Do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what is going on?
Bravo. Thank you, everybody.
So when Kathy and I started talking, she was able to help give me the basic steps on what she did that I applied to myself. Because of my situation, I wasn't able to escape on my own.
Yep. So she was a Shali was a sex slave. So let's not forget the seriousness of this allegation and the fact that these people have exposed this dangerous activity by our government. Now, why would our government control sex slaves? Maybe because they want to control the vote. It's that simple. Let's not forget these people are being used to manipulate all kinds of people in Washington right now. God knows how many of the people in Washington have dirt on them, and they know it, and it controls their vote. They get a call from Guido. Yeah, they're gonna have you vote no tomorrow, okay? You know what's gonna happen. You know, we're gonna talk. You gotta vote no tomorrow. You know? Yeah. Isn't that amazing? California Democrats plunge in a civil war. Wow. It's getting kind of weird there in Democratic land. And now this is kind of strange. BBC trending, Vladimir Putin, the president who wasn't there? Huh. Interesting. Many people think that maybe Donald Trump was talking to Mr. Putin, but using many different techniques of character generation. Anything is possible now. They pasted in Vladimir Putin talking to Donald Trump. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? The photoshopped image of the recent G20 summit has been circulating on social media. It shows Putin seated behind a Russian Federation place name, surrounded by Donald Trump. Yeah. But in reality, the Turkish and American leaders were talking over an empty chair at the UK's place at the table, and the German Chancellor was not wearing any ribbon. Wow. Where did it come from? It was not long before the photoshopped image started being shared. Russian Instagram account Goblin Opera, a man called Dmitry Puchkov, known for translating pirated films into very informal, rough Russian, shared the image. So he perpetuated this lie. Apparently Donald Trump and Putin didn't meet for 2.5 hours either, or 2 hours and 17 minutes to be exact. They met with their fluff doll named Mimi, a robotic concubine or mistress that performs sex acts. No, I'm just kidding, but it could have been true. You know, Donald Trump and Putin were in the room for 2 hours and 17 minutes, and Ivanka had to break it up. You know that, right? The CGI Group is consultant to the government and industry. The CGI Group, yes. Okay. Consulting with the government, yeah. It's called paid. Jackson got something for us. And we've got one on the federal prosecutors. Jackson, what is this going on with is this who I think it is? I mean, who's this actress that you keep posting? It looks like kind of like a tranny. Who is this? It's a tranny girlfriend you're hitting on at the local coffee shop? I'm kidding, man. It's a joke. Well, let's be clear. The feds intensify investigation into Jane Sanders' college land deal. Oh, really? I thought for sure that was not going to happen. Well, okay, we'll talk more, Jack. Thank you. I've been wondering why Jane has been attacked. I mean, Bernie hasn't even had the chance to defend Jane. I don't understand this. The FBI and federal prosecutors have interviewed another half dozen people as part of the federal investigation into a land deal made by Jane Sanders, the wife of Bernie Sanders, while she was president of Burlington College. So the story isn't going away just because Bernie denied it. I believe you're building characters on Grand Theft Auto that looks like me. Good. Cool. If only I could afford a Grand Theft Auto 5 game to play on Xbox 360. Yeah. That's like $12, I think. Yeah, I might have to spend money. It is. Weird. Oh, so the Holocaust didn't kill 6 million, it killed 12 million. Well, thank you, Jack. 12 million, thank you. Yeah, you're one of the few people that are trying to speak the truth. Yeah, it was 12 million ethnic minorities died in the Holocaust. It's horrible. Yeah, it's pretty sad. I try not to spend a lot of time thinking about what happened in Germany when I'm seeing it happen in front of me. So, it rhymes kind of. Yeah. What happened in Germany back then is happening in front of me. I mean, 1,200 people were killed last year by cops. Killedbypolice.net has a story upon a story. Yeah, so this story is definitely interesting as it evolves about Bernie. Thank you. You know, that's just not true, and I refuse. We got a lot of Bernie supporters in here, and they don't want to see that stuff, okay? David Sponheim, you're on provisional status here. Yeah, Stalin killed 20 million people. That's not a joke. That's true. Yeah, that's tough. I'll tell you it's 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 tough. Take my wife, for example. More information about Comey's private memos. Really. Conversations contain weird material. Okay, let's listen in. This is the best defense the Republicans have against this crap storm of Russia coming at them, is discrediting Comey. But that's not going to cut it, because this whole story goes way beyond Comey. Oh, yeah. Well, let's be clear. I'd like to see Barack Obama in jail for lying to the American people about being a heterosexual Christian. I mean, that's the biggest lie of all.
More than half of the memos former FBI Chief James Comey wrote as personal recollections of his conversations with President Trump about the Russia investigation have been determined to contain classified information, according to interviews with officials familiar with the documents. This revelation raises the possibility that Comey broke his own agency's rules and ignored the same security protocol that he publicly criticized Hillary Clinton for in the waning days of the 2016 presidential election. Comey testified last month he considered the memos to be personal documents and that he shared at least one of them with a Columbia University lawyer friend. He asked that lawyer to leak information from one memo to the news media in hopes of increasing pressure to get a special prosecutor named in the Russia case after Comey was fired as FBI director.
Well, thanks for the share. Appreciate it. Yeah, good to know more about it. Whoa. Luckily, I've got some nice emails from people. I didn't know Sarah had opened up our email here. Oh, she was getting code ideas. Cool. Giving it to herself. Smart. Okie dokie. And we had confirmation that Seth Rich's emails were, in fact, the ones that were perceived as the Russian emails. This story just migrated into our show earlier. Researchers shows Guccifer 2 files copied locally, not hacked. Thank you for that link, whoever sent it. Yeah, the guy measured the rate at which these things went into the file at 24 megabytes per second, and it could not have come from a hacked server. It had to come from a local drive, a computer writing to a USB. So we're fairly sure now that Seth Rich's were the emails that were leaked about Hillary and Podesta and Alefantis, all the others. So we're on to that story, but the government isn't pursuing it. There's still no investigation. So all these things would come under investigation when I'm president. We're going to have an enlarged Justice Department and a chance to reach out to every single aspect of every single case. Will be a special team for the Obama fraud case. There'll be a special team for the Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton human trafficking case. We're also going to expand that out to the Podesta allegations that have come out that he may have been involved in something because of those weird emails. Whether he's guilty or not, we'll find out. But without an investigation, everything reeks of cover-up. Everything. Our country's being lied to by the most powerful and elite people in the world. They probably own our government, and we don't even know it as Americans. Another great link. Sheriff is as many as 16 dead in a military plane. USA Today. Jackson, Mississippi. Wow. Let me go to the other one. Mr. Norton, your special team, huh? You consider yourself having a large justice file. We're going. That's pretty cool, psycho behavior. So have you heard of Judicial Watch? I understand they're a very good company to kind of network with. No. Trump budget disabled people. Oh, add to one. Okay, cool. Thanks for sending a link, add to one. Everyone can compete on the link war. Everyone says flying is perfectly safe, but you see a lot of plane crashes. Okay, Trump's budget is ruthless to disabled and poor people, folks. This just came in from add to one. Okay, this budget would set the clock back for the rights of people with disabilities by 50 years, experts say. This is serious. You know, if you know disabled people, you know what a fine line they live on in terms of how in getting through life. Without the assistance they have, they can barely function. And in many ways, the money that we put into these programs actually enrich the lives of people so far, it's unbelievable. It turns what would have been disabled people who can't perform anything into college graduates. Let me tell you a little story about a guy I grew up with. I went to UCLA with me. And here I am getting all teary-eyed thinking about it. I can't. I'm such a sensitive guy when it comes to disabled people. This man was a quadriplegic. I knew him at UCLA. I talked to him at numerous times and never thought about him ever since. And I left UCLA, like I said, in '78 at that time. And I did go back for a short stint. And I remember seeing him on the campus. Yes, Jason, what is it?
Hey, do you think you could tell the story about the $25 college paper?
Sure, why not? I'll talk to you in a bit. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Anyway, this young man, he was my age, he was completely locked into a wheelchair, completely unable to move his arms or legs, almost like Stephen Hawking. He moved it with he had a small movement in his hand, very small, but hardly enough to write. But he had to move with his tongue and things like that. Anyway, long story short, I'm going down to the market in my local area, 1,300 miles north of LA, here in Washington. And there he is. It's like, whoa, small world. Oh my God, there he was in the market. I remember Sarah was here at the time, and she saw me talking to him. And anyway, get this, he'd finished 4 PhDs. He spoke 7 languages. Yeah. 4 PhDs and 7 languages. Brilliant man. Probably, if he's still around, God bless him. But he got through life with disability. And look at what he did with his mind. And he was paralyzed as a child. Look what he did with his mind. Isn't that amazing? Well, he rocked my soul, man. To see somebody pull back from a situation like that. Yeah, there's a theory that Stephen Hawking is actually not even alive. Yeah, Stephen Hawking, that's a conspiracy theory. Stephen Hawking was seen at Orgy Island. The Playboy Mansion location of Jeffrey Epstein, the friend of Donald Trump. The guy who was arrested, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for child prostitution. You remember that? We have another UCLA story coming in just a minute. A mind is an excellent thing to waste. Pilot. But yeah, the image speaks for itself. Here's Jeffrey Epstein. Orgy Island. Excuse me. This is his palatial retreat, Jeffrey Epstein's retreat. With none other than Stephen Hawking sitting there, right in the center there. That's Stephen Hawking at Orgy Island. And I think it was 2007, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, now that raised a question. Well, if Stephen Hawking was like a party favor, they brought him over to sit there with child prostitutes. Calm down. I'll be getting to the story, the college paper story, in just a second. Relax. You're in a fever. You can't control yourself. I got to hear that college story. Mom, give me a soda. David's going to talk about the college story. Yeah, you're overreacting. Anyway, As much as I'd like to see Stephen Hawking as a gleaming example of the rights of disabled people, I'm beginning to believe it's not even Stephen Hawking. It doesn't match up. Stephen Hawking, age-wise, has already defied miracles upon miracles. He's age-wise, he would have been dead a long time ago with his debilitating disease. And you're probably saying, well, somebody wipes his butt and helps him, with his bathroom and everything. But no, he's got a deterioration of his body due to a severe disease. But this is the real story that is really weird. Remember John Nash, the greatest mathematician? Yeah, well, John Nash, the greatest mathematician of all times, he was game theory was his expertise. He got the Nobel Prize in game theory. I'm not promoting Orgy Island, no. Well, the reality is John Nash is a physical match, facially, for the person they're claiming is Stephen Hawking. He's a 100% match facially. So, yeah. John Nash, the master of game theory, was in a car accident in 2015 with his wife. It was a cab they were driving. Neither one was in any way... I don't know if that person who I met here is alive or not. I can't tell you. But neither John Nash nor his wife were wearing seatbelts. And the cab was sidewinded on the freeway in D.C., I believe, or Virginia, and they both died. Or did they? Because John Nash could be hooked up on life support systems right now, pretending to be. I mean, they may have just purposely severed his spine just so he'd be a quadriplegic to physically replace Stephen Hawking. Something's not right with Stephen Hawking, and I'll tell you, he never mentions anything about chemtrails. Now, my IQ is actually higher than Stephen Hawking's. I have a tested IQ of 185. But Stephen Hawking never mentions anything about global weather modification. Never talks about the spraying going on. And he talks about us leaving the planet. So in other words, he's endorsing our world to be destroyed by toxins, chemical waste. He's endorsing that? He's not saying we need to fix Earth. He's saying we need to go away from Earth and somehow implant ourselves on some distant star. So what he's saying is almost exactly what the government would like us to think. Okay, Trump Jr., we got the news, Concordi, thank you. We've got the news. It's sitting right in front of us. Trump Jr. is now admitting, folks, that yes, he was in touch with the Kremlin. And this was all part of a plan to go after Hillary Clinton, which doesn't fly. I'm sorry, it won't fly under his dad's BS that he's asking Russia to go after the Hillary Clinton emails. I was the one that said that this is a gross act of espionage by Trump asking Russia to go after the Hillary Clinton emails. Yeah, I mean, if Stephen Hawking had a high IQ, he would be going after real issues, like the desperate destruction of the planet, which is another conspiracy theory turned conspiracy fact. He'd be ripping that one a new one. I mean, come on, you can't help but notice that they're spraying things in the sky now. It's so obvious, it's almost disturbing beyond belief. I mean, it's even floating in people's backyards. Watch this.
Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like Casper the Friendly Ghost. Look at that. Check this out. Yeah, these people are watching. That's one of the chemtrails floating in the street. I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding? You explain that. I have a tendency of moving my head up. It's not super cotton candy. It's a chemtrail. It's so heavy. It's all floating in the street, man. Check it out, man. It's a chemtrail. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. It's a vapor trail. I never inhaled anything with that sexual prostitute. I did not inhale anything coming from Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky is making a big move, talking about her time with Bill. I hope she's okay. She went out and made a couple brash statements about you know, what she and Bill and what has happened to her over the past 10 years. I never had sexual relations with anyone, not even myself. Turns out this is a 787 dropping chemicals. Roger. We got a direct drop. Roger Tlenier, we got a direct drop of lithium. Yeah, this was a 787 that was recorded dropping chemicals in the air. I don't know. Don Jr. is implicated and contacted the Russians. He may be involved in this whole operation. Oh, come on with your anti-Jackson stuff. Jackson's a nice guy. I don't have a relationship with those people, I love fries. You'll have to contact them directly. Yeah, so that's definitely chemicals being dumped in the sky. And if you don't believe that, why don't you take the word of a real top-knowledge expert on the field? An actual NASA scientist. And he'll tell you they're dropping chemtrails on your head.
Right. There was lithium dispersed, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. I think you might be under some misconceptions about what we're doing, but I'm happy to tell you any details needed.
Well, I know that it says in your article that you're doing it for communications.
Okay, I'm happy to talk to you more about it. There are many reasons we're doing it.
Okay.
We don't understand how the wind in the upper atmosphere moves. In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. The wind in these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day.
All right, confirmation. They are spraying us like insects. Thank you. You are a very intelligent person. 400. Hello. Many people believe that I may be a robot. I think it is impossible to believe that. My voice patterns are completely smooth and human-like. Hold, please. One moment, please. Hold, please. Okay. I heard him admitting that he's just messing with you. Yep. I know. We have a copy of the chat. Don't worry, it'll go into the record. Will you stop talking about that person? Thank you. We're not allowed to talk about the Eric person here. Search for new FBI buildings canceled, brought to you by Scissor Fight. This link has been... I will play Mr. Right in just a second. Hang on. Hold, please. One moment, please. The decade-long search for new FBI headquarters has been canceled by the federal government. Yeah. Officials from the General Services Administration, which oversee the real estate, said a lack of stable leadership at both agencies could have deterred funding of the search, the paper said. And Donald Trump Jr. did not collude with anybody, the White House says, but it contradicts what Donald Trump Jr. even said. Boy, these guys are in a world so deep, they have no idea how screwed up they are. I don't think Donald Trump and Donald Jr. even know what deep crap they're in right now. It's like, whoa, yeah, you are the swamps, guys. You expect us not to understand you are the swamp? And we need to get rid of the swamp, not make it worse. Here's an open mic slip from Obama. After my election, I have more flexibility. Let's listen in.
This is my last election, basically. Yeah. After my election, I have more flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I transmit this information to Vladimir and let them look.
Well, let's be clear. We'll cut a deal. France, I love France. I could, Michelle and I could live in the south of France in one of those homosexual communities. Well, let's be clear. Okay. Those cameras are so loud, yeah. Woman who laughed at Jeff Sessions could face jail time this week, folks. You probably heard about Jeff Sessions' unbelievable attack. Anita Carolyn, welcome. I didn't even notice you were saying anything. Okay, let me read what you said. Hold on, Anita. Plan to join an art group. Commission could be going to art group. It would be well partial. Unfortunately, I cannot rely on booking fares and turning up due to bad days, sad and get depressed. Shame I don't have a worker to do that alone. Yeah. You're not sure you get benefits yet? Haven't made a profit yet. Anita Pie, thank you for coming in. She's dealing with a lot of stress. She has an open chat room. Nobody bothers to come in there. It's so cool that she comes in there too. Thank you, Anita. Anita Pie has a chat room that she comes into. As you know, we're completely shut down on YouTube. That's the link to the YouTube chat room. They don't give us any cross promotions or anything. I have a hit counter lock on my show. It's amazing they even record our videos. Anyway, Anita Pie's in there talking about what's going on. I just want to be useful. I know. And you know, your views are shared by so many people. They just want to be useful. 85% of our country, when polled, there was a Pew poll that was done, Pew, about people liking their jobs. And 85% did not like their jobs. I think I'm turning into Johnny Carson. Ed, Doc Severinsen, and the NBC Orchestra. Sorry, I just had to slip into that. I was working on it the other day. But no, 85% do not like their jobs. Isn't that unbelievable? Do you like your job? Does anybody like their job? Hit 1. I like my job because my job, I work all the time and I don't get paid for it. This is my job, just sharing ideas with you. Isn't that great? You like your job, Misanthropy? Good. 667 likes his job. Apparently 85% like their job here. If you vote you do not like your job, you can hit 2. Hit 2 if you do not like your job. MJS likes his job. Jackson likes his job. Pilot likes his job and some. 6 is not a valid. 69 is not your job. Watching porn is not your job. Do we have anybody that dislikes their job? Hit 2. Everybody likes their job here. This is amazing. I like streaming. I said 1. But I was just giving you an example of what a 2 is. You know how to spell 2? Scissor Fight likes his job. Isn't that a minute? Everybody, it's like the reverse here. 85% of the people in here like their job. I do not look gay. Stop saying that. Isn't it amazing? It's because you chose something you enjoy. Yeah. There you go. Apparently a lot of us are very... and yeah, Add the One feels very blessed to do the ADA stuff. Excellent. You like your job too. That's right. He's an advocate for disability people. People on disability. We are muting you. Anyone who comes in here doing negative things. What you're saying, I'm Tim Gunn? Really? Okay, everybody. Let's just get busy. Let's just work it out. Let's make it work. If you'd like to check the accessory rack, it's over here. And welcome to Project Runway. I know. I was thinking of calling up their studio and doing that voice. It would be kind of a trip, wouldn't it? I'm not going to impersonate Tim Gunn. I was just saying, wouldn't it be funny? Hi, this is Tim. Oh, hi, Tim. How are you? Well, I'm not very happy with the producer. I'm going to start. I'm not going to do it. It's illegal to do that. It'd be funny as hell, though, wouldn't it? Yeah. You can't impersonate people and call up their businesses. I know. I realized I could talk to myself and have a really good conversation with 4 or 5 people. It's kind of nice. I'm working on a radio concept to do that, actually. Yeah. I know I want to make prank calls, but I can't. It's illegal. I'm not that kind of a person. I don't want to call people up. Like, there's a guy on Glenn's room. He calls up prostitutes on the phone. Tells them he's going to meet them in a hotel room. And then he doesn't show up. I mean, it's funny stuff. Granted, but it's sick. Prostitutes work too. Their jobs are everything. And you have them going across town to meet in the motel room or the hotel room. I mean, what the hell? That's just not funny. I think prank calls are very... Well, they're encouraging troll activity, and I don't want to do that. Anita, it's horrible, yeah. Scissor Fight came in and said hi. So you just want to be useful. I go get a drink of water, elderflower, non-alcohol. I still wake up and cramping. Yeah, gosh. Anita's going through a lot of pain, everybody. And nobody likes that. Donald Trump Jr. was told that the material damage to Hillary Clinton was part of a Russian effort to aid his father. That is pretty serious. He knew that there was an attempt for the Russians to invade the election. Trump even knew when he said, "Russia, if you're listening." Remember that? The famous "Russia, if you're listening." We should put that to some music. That was a funny scene. Trump virtually committing espionage right in front of the American people. What up, Dave? What's going on, man? F-35 costs jumped $406 billion in the latest estimate. We got to cut this the F-35 loose, man. See, I'm going through my files right now. The back. You're looking at the back room of the show where I piece things together. Here's a really cool presidential motorcade video.
The F-35 jet estimated program cost jumped to $406 billion. $406.5 billion. I want to leave out the $500 million for this, which is really relevant because of Donald Trump really targeting this, saying it's too expensive to begin with. And look at his cost. Prices are going up and up and up.
Yeah, one thing about defense contracts is that all these things are built in so many states that there's a huge political constituency for it, so he can rail about it, but I don't think Congress is going to go out and immediately kill the program. And that's one thing to keep in mind when he goes to these summits or when he talks here at home. A lot of what he's doing is talking. The follow-through isn't there. We haven't seen a lot of negative policies yet. They haven't gotten a health care program through. So you really have to sort of separate out the rhetoric from the reality when you're talking about the U.S. economy and U.S. politics.
Well, just to continue for one moment on the defense issue, Alan, I want to come back to you because one of the biggest agenda items for Donald Trump internationally has been the defense contributions of NATO countries. And that was not front and center at the G20, although he did make reference to Section 5, Article 5 of the NATO treaty. Is he making progress in persuading the governments of Europe to pony up more money for defense?
He's making progress in the sense that he's forced the issue to the top of the agenda in Europe. At the same time, these governments were already committed to increasing their share of defence, and certainly we were talking about the German Chancellor. She's been saying that yes, we will maintain our commitment, but we always were going to do so anyway. So it's perhaps maybe not quite the money pouring in as the US president has suggested, but nevertheless he does have a success in the sense that it's one of the top issues now here.
Okay. Well, the F-35 budgeting and sales around the world are entirely their own. They have every right to be their own. F-35 sales, in my opinion...
As I say, they got 3 whole weeks to get things...
...need to be trimmed on the U.S. side. I see that. Okay, folks. Yeah, YouTube chat has a threat. Okay. Okay, I'll have this taken care of. Thank you. Yeah, the problem with this is I have to report this. It was just reported. Okay, they've been reported to the YouTube security system. And we'll go, yeah, and we're going to go ahead and put the threat in our other file too. But we're going to put the user on timeout. Thank you. All right. I don't have any investments, no. I chose not to make money. I refuse to invest in a disturbing, unnatural, propped up Ponzi scheme of a market. I'm not into money, so I'm not materialistic. I'd be very happy living in that van down by the beach any day of the week. I'm a cut out of a different, some sort of a different cloth than most people. I don't have the materialism that you have. It's weird. Don't get me wrong, I like driving a nice car. I'm not going to deny that. But I could go without it and live down by the beach in my van too. It doesn't matter. No, I don't think 401ks are solid at all. In fact, if the money market, $24 trillion money market disappears, buy 401ks. You weren't around 10 years ago when the 401k markets dropped. Where were you? I know people that lost 50, 60,000 of their retirement out of a $150,000 retirement. Hello, Earth to brain dead troll. Oh, placenta time. It's not placenta, it's fruit enzyme. It comes out of a bottle. I'm thinking of getting some CBD oil version of this. Yeah, and you don't get high from CBD oil. It's very beneficial. There's a conspiracy to stop a beneficial marijuana from getting to the market. It's called Donald Trump and Jeff Sessions. That's the conspiracy. I have eaten expired food on my show, and you can see my show HTTP. I'm not complaining or bragging, but yes, I have eaten my Y2K supply on the show. If you want to get great recipes, save a lot of money in your family budget, and live healthily, I don't think expired food is that bad for you. And the government doesn't think so either. Well, let's be clear. Michelle and I have had a regular diet of expired wieners that we eat daily. They're called Vienna sausages. Michelle likes the wieners dipped in a little mustard. I don't need to. I've got that channel. I just feature expired food on that. Just make that, when using your header and linking to the channel, just make that your go-to for expired food and just list it in the search engines as the expired food channel. Thanks, and get back to me. Don't pay for any SEO or anything like that. So you made the death threat guy on YouTube? Thanks, Scissor Fight. There he is. Okay. Wow. Okay, I will log that in to our system right now. I will add it to threats and date it. Yeah, I'd like to. Sorry, I just do a little reporting here. It was approximately 8:30 I reported it. Okay. Yeah, it's a shame I have to report threats like this, but, you know, it has to be done. So, and, you know, obviously not every threat's going to be acted upon. Well, you didn't see them there because they're on YouTube. And I gave the guy a timeout. Anita Carolyn's in there. You get depressed, you can't ramble up like this tangential coast. Tintangel can't walk around the whole Bass City. You used to like countryside ridge walking. Ridgeway. You're right, Anita. Anita made a very important point. Life is about adapting. Thank you. Anita Carolyn Davis, or Pi. You're right. Good point. Wow, this is amazing. Amazing world we live in. If you don't adapt, you don't survive. And life is about surviving. So true. Big words. I don't care if you think she's nuts, whatever. It doesn't matter. She makes some good points. I mean, come on. Everybody's got a chance to speak out here. How much would you pay to buy back that van? I wouldn't buy it back. No. I don't want to go back. You can never go home again. Thomas Wolfe. You can't go home again. It's a great book. Read it. Yep. Thank you. A lot of people feel like they're being alienated because somebody thinks they're nuts. I don't want anyone to feel alienated in a world that needs people to unite. Okay. Yeah, so this is the big story that's penetrated the news today, and this is what I predicted a long, long time ago. Thank you, Even Steven, or Even Stenby. Yep, here it is again. He's in deep, folks. I'm not named after a religious moron. Yeah, I was named David John Michael Sponheim because my mother was impressed with all those names. They were very common and she couldn't make a decision. So she used all those names together. Yeah. She was going to name me Randy. And that's kind of a weird thought. Before arranging a meeting with Kremlin-connected Russian lawyer he believed would offer him compromising information about Hillary, Donald Trump Jr. was informed in an email that the material was a part of a Russian government effort to aid his father's candidacy, according to 3 people with knowledge of the email. And he didn't come forth with this information. The email to the younger Mr. Trump was sent by Rob Goldstone. Yeah. It says here there's no evidence to suggest that the promised damaged information was related to Russian government computer hacking that led to the release of thousands of DNC emails. It's an entirely separate subject. Donald Trump and his cadre of investors looking for cheap money investments from coming from investors like Russian oligarchs. Donald Trump was just following up on what his dad had been doing for years. So it was no big deal for him to be in touch with the Russians. That's what makes this really interesting. Eric Trump met with a couple of golfers who were investing in golf courses in November. And Eric Trump openly said to 2 men who they overheard him that he had a $100 million open line of credit. That the Trump enterprise is at $100 million open credit with Russia. Now that's a serious allegation. And Trump doesn't think it's a big deal that he's doing business with Russia while running for president. And yeah, it'd be kind of weird if he started a show of his own, wouldn't it? Hey, Eric. Hey, Eric, if you're listening, maybe you should start your own show here, man. Kind of cool. From the White House. Ha 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 ha. He watches our show sometimes. That's where he gets all the ideas that his dad comes out with. Oh, I got a new... Oh, did I tell you? I have a blimp plane. Ooh. Hey, so here is the story that I promised earlier. When I was at UCLA, the year before I moved into the van down by the beach. Actually, no, this is fast forward to 10 years. 10 years later, 1988. I go back to UCLA, thinking somehow I'd find a parking spot, even though they had less parking spots then than they did 10 years prior. So I went back for another year to try to fulfill my sophomore year, and I was 28 years old, right? You know, I didn't want to go down in history as the guy who just didn't give it a second shot, you know? Okay. This is a very serious story that just came in. 16 killed in a military KC-130 plane crash in Mississippi. These planes fly over my house all the time, folks. The 130s are the standard military issue for delivery. For arms, basically shipping stuff. At least 16 people have died after a military flight crashed along Mississippi's Sunflower-LaFleur County line, according to LaFleur County EMA director. Still being investigated, no one knows. Thanks for bringing that story in. Okay. 16 dead. All right. As I was continuing, because I did promise Jason this story, I didn't in fact fail academically. I improved my grades the second time I came back, and I encountered nothing but hostility from my Marxist professors. Oh yeah, every one of them was a Marxist. And I said, do you really think that you can espouse Marxism here? This is a pluralistic society we live in. I mean, you're running your mouth off and acting like Marxism is superior to any other form of economics. Or any ideology. And I confronted all these bastards, and I told them that I was very upset, and the department heads refused to listen to my complaints. So I just went ahead and said, okay, well, what's my option? I mean, since I can't remove the professor, what's my option? He said, well, you don't have to go to the class. I said, okay, good deal. You just passed on a guy with a genius IQ at your university who's going to walk. No, I just said, I'm out of there. And then I started I continued with my business. I actually opened up another business at that point. I'm all about options. But I wasn't going to sit there and listen to some Marxist professor tell me what to do. But lo and behold, I was in a classroom with a Marxist professor who was this Jewish guy. I agree. Jacques Fresco is correct. His ideas are way too evolved in the next level of society. I totally agree. Good point. Okay, so I'm sitting there talking to this Jewish Marxist professor about the civil rights movement. And everything was great. I was very vocal in the class. I was interacting more than any other student. And I got out, and there was a break time where we could just, unwind. Some people were out smoking a cigarette. Some black guy walked up to me, and he was smoking a cigarette. Like, hey, man. He just starts talking to me. Hey, man, you don't know nothing about the civil rights movement. He just flat out just said, you don't know nothing about the civil rights movement. So, wow. Okay. That's a double negative. So that means I do know a lot about the civil rights movement. So you're saying I know a lot about the civil rights movement? And he went, say what? Double what? And I'm going, yeah. I mean, you said I know a lot about the civil rights movement. And then he looked at me kind of cockeyed. He's like, what kind of grade do you think we'll get on your paper? Because we had a paper due coming up. I said, I don't know, maybe a B or an A. And he said, no, man, you're going to get a C or less, man. You want to get our grade I'm going to get? I said, no, what, a B or a C? I'm going to A plus, man. I said, how? How are you going to get an A plus? Because I bought my paper for $25. Well, okay. And then I just wanted to add the little caveat that he did call me Whitey. Okay? That was very popular for people to, call people names. During the time period, many people, black people, were making fun of white people. And it was common knowledge that people, blacks would just go up to people who are white and call them Whitey, or Honky, or Wonder Bread. So, I mean, I've never said a racial slur in my life, but Richard Pryor did.
You ever notice how nice white people get when there's a bunch of niggas around? Right, they get outside, they talk to everybody, right? They say, hi, how you doing? I don't know you, but here's my wife. Hello. What you taking my picture for? Who you gonna show it to? They say, I got a picture of Richard Pryor. Who gives a fuck?
So this was an act that Richard Pryor put on, making fun of white people. Hey, Dave, how should students counter the Marxism that runs rampant in college campuses? Randy Jackson, thank you. Well, one of the things we can do is get back to an open education format where colleges that do cash the Pell Grants have to lock down on their tuition. A lot of these educated fools they call Marxist professors have been living on big salaries. And if we just got Marxist on them, actually, ironically, and lowered their salary caps to like under 100,000 and cut the cost of tuition to say 15,000 a year for the average student, I guarantee you Marxism would no longer be rampant on the campuses. You'd get all kinds of new opportunities coming their way. But these people are they're living in an ivory tower, and they get reinforced when they do unbelievable stories about Marxism, when they write treatments about how Marxism will help our world and all that. So it's like they're getting a reinforcement by getting 160,000 plus a year. So that's one thing we can do. Let's get socialist on them, because we would be imposing socialist measures by limiting any college that cashed Pell Grants, and we would double the size Pell Grants to people who are suffering economically. Now, one of the other things I want to do for students is, right now it's 25 to become independent, financially independent, and it's still that way. Thank you, Pilot. We want to make that 21, because from 21 to 25, I waited. One of the reasons why I didn't go back to college is I waited to be financially independent so that I could qualify for a Pell Grant. And in my 25th year, my father had a heart attack, and I moved home to take care of him and do his cooking, because my mother was having problems cooking for him. No, it does not run on anything but gas, the Volkswagen. But anyway, I would have loved to have gotten a grid Pell Grant when I was 25 years old. I would have rather gotten it when I was 21. So I want to lower the age of independent status to 21. It's part of the plan. Double the size Pell Grants and lock in on the cost of tuition. No, Marxism is still being used by the elitists. It's just one of the methods the economics use to break down cultures. It's being used as an economic hit in countries like Venezuela. Oh yeah. When Hugo Chavez was removed through death, Venezuela then was isolated economically. They'll use Marxism in both ways. They'll isolate a Marxist country, or they'll go ahead and encourage it to break down the culture. And what it does is it conglomerates all the industries into one. Like socialism, if left unchecked, will take over every industry. And National Socialism will give all those industries back to certain companies and favor those big corporations. We have a kind of National Socialism in America right now. But I digress. All right, U.S. military reveals $65 million funding for matrix projects to plug human brains directly into a computer. See what I mean? This is called singularity, and the elitists love it. They love putting their money behind this, or your money behind this. They want to achieve singularity, and they somehow want to convert all of humanity to robotics. They would rather the human species was chipped and, basically turned into cattle fodder, or some sort of a food product for the elitists. Who knows? They're eating children according to some experts, or their blood or something. God knows what else they're up to. But chipping people is ridiculous. I would never want anyone chipping me, I'll tell you that. Even if I were president. I'd wear a bracelet, but I wouldn't get chipped. They'd take my chip off anyway. I mean, they'd cut my finger off and say, oh yeah, we have the president's chip now. Hey, check out this survival kit I picked up from 1957. Isn't this cool? It says staying alive. Staying alive. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, well, you think I'm kidding about eating children? Oh, I'm sorry. I should get that link. Staying alive. Doot, doot, doot. Staying alive. Staying alive. Doot, doot, doot. Okay, we have the other story coming in. Again, another breaking story from BBC on Donald Trump Jr. admitting that he was in touch with the Russians. Yeah, this is a 1958 survival kit that I have. And I thought, man, if I made a dinner out of the pancakes and some of the food, that'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Just to do a 1958 cookout with carnation milk, dried. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun. You think I could eat that? I don't know. It'd be a pretty funny YouTube video, though. All righty, thank you for sharing. Here we go. Story, breaking news. Newsroom. Let's take a look. Pressure mounts on Donald Trump Jr. He faces calls to testify on Russian meeting before U.S. Senate subcommittee. A report says the battle for Mosul caused a civilian catastrophe and hundreds of wildfires rage in the United States. That's the story going on. And in Canada. And Mexico's leader faces pressure over government spying scandal. Wow. Okay, thanks. Moving on. Oh yeah, we did get a story earlier. Sarah picked it up. Raging wildfires across California. Nearly 8,000 are evacuating. It was terrifying. With a heat wave continuing to bake California. The rest of the West, wildfires forced nearly 8,000 people to dash for safety Sunday as flames destroyed homes and threatened thousands of structures across the state. Here are the fires: of Parkfield Fire, 1,800 acres, Garza Fire, 5,000 acres, Schaefer Fire, 15,000 acres, Alamo Fire, Stone Fire, Santa Barbara, Whittier Fire, 10,000 acres, Alamo Fire, 29,000 acres, Silver Fire, Mart Fire, Bryant Fire in the LA area. So little small fires in LA. Scary. Good night, pilot. Sleep well, man. See you later. Some people actually are wise to go to bed early. Nice going, man. I stay up and battle my insomnia. No, it's the van, better than van from Lost. This is the one that Scissor Fight pasted this onto our, our logo onto the van and actually promoted it. Well, I just answered that, Randy. We don't pay him, no. He did this because he volunteered his work. Thank you. Greenland ice melt caused by more sunny days, not catastrophic climate change, scientists discover. Wow. Interesting. It's caused by more sunny days, not climactic change. Well, maybe the tilt of the Earth. Wow, that's a beautiful picture. Maybe the tilt of the Earth is what's causing this this melting. People are saying the magnetic north is changing. Could be. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It's up to you. No. You've been removed. A man harasses 3 Chicago kids and one of them was strapped with a gun. Holy moly. Are you ready to see this? Seriously. Kids are not messing around in Chicago. This is not impossible to imagine this because there are a lot of kids that do the work of the gang members because they're young. They're $4.99 a pound. That's pretty funny. Some guy walks up these kids and...
I'll beat your ass on BD. You ain't BD, boy. Where you BD from? Fuck Overlock. I'm from Dog Pound. I'm BJ. On BD, boy. Yeah, Dog Pound, BJ, King BJ, boy. Google me on BD, boy.
Watch this.
I'll beat all 3 of y'all ass. You little dirty ass. What? What you say? What? What? Look, he got a gun. He got a gun. Let me see. Let me see that count good. Let me see. You ain't gonna blow shit. On BD. Put that on BD. Hey, he got a gun. He got a count good. You ain't gonna blow nothing. You ain't real BD. Ain't no gun, boy. You ain't BD. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, nah, you ain't from O Block, Shawty. Blow them Chuck Taylors off his ass. This a Benz, little bitch. On BD, you a little bitch, nigga.
You a bitch, but your chip too fast. Your little swole.
Okay, that was a worldstarhiphop.com was completely professionally edited. I'm not trying to make fun of people. I'm just saying kids can be armed in Chicago, okay? Yeah, no sound? Oh, I'm sorry. You can't hear this? Okay, sorry. Yeah, so kids can be armed in Chicago because everybody's looking out for themselves because of all the gunshots that have been fired. You know that during the 4th of July, there were 60 gunshots fired that night. 8 people died. Chicago.
Wow.
4th of July. And no, I don't imitate people just for the sake of imitating people. That's how that guy talked to me in front of that classroom. I never said a bad word to a black person in my life. And I'm not in any way trying to make fun of people by imitating. Imitation is the highest form of flattery, ironically. I mean, I really do talk like that guy who talked to me that night. I mean, I'm just giving a little taste of what's life all about. All right. I like black people, yeah. You know, Randy? I've never had a problem with black people. When that guy called me names and said, "Whitey, this and that," I was not having a problem. I just answered his question. Did you see me react angrily? Apparently, the Vatican is very upset about the Eucharist laws, that the canon law has specifically stated that the Eucharist must be made from the bread of the Lord. And now the Vatican's saying gluten-free bread for Holy Communion is toast. You're not allowed to go gluten-free. So in other words, you can't take a Eucharist orally if you're a gluten intolerant. You know, there's a theory that Jesus was gluten intolerant, and that's why he had a crown of thorns. Thank you, crown of thorns, horn of crowns, a malapropism. Okay, I'm ready to go now. I'm going to sign off. Jesus was gluten intolerant, by the way, in case you didn't know. Yeah. So the breaking of the bread, he apparently didn't eat at the supper.
What are you talking about?
Well, if he did, it would lead to the crown of thorns on his head, wouldn't it? It is a symptom of gluten intolerance. Celiac disease, it's called. I'm just sharing some information you might want to look up. Some people are really, they'll have a reaction if they have gluten. And celiacs will have a reaction. So, in other words, Pope Francis doesn't care about celiacs. Like Jesus. Wow, that's heavy. And I understand that the pontiff is having some problems with one of his advisors whose home was arrested. They went into his home. There was a gay orgy going on at the home of the advisor to Pope Francis. You guys track that this week? All right, well, we don't need to go into the problems the Catholic Church is having right now. That's not our area of expertise. We're not religious here. Sarah has never lived in a van, although we've talked about it.
Yet.
I would never live in a van again.
That's so funny.
All right, we're gonna deny that the wheelchair guy is on Facebook right now. Thank you, because I personally talked to the person who did live in a wheelchair pretty much all the time. He was a quadriplegic, and I told people about that guy we met in town. Remember him?
Yes, I met him once.
He said, "David, you remembered me."
Oh yeah, he did remember.
He said, I remember you from UCLA. And I said, "Yeah. And what have you been up to?" "Well, he got 4 PhDs and speaks 7 languages." I was like, wow. It was amazing because we were talking about keeping the funding up for disabled people. Donald, the budget right now, according to Add the One, is going to cut the funding for disabled people by 50. They're going to set it back 50 years in terms of how much money people with disabilities are getting. Add the One. Every time I go out, people look at me funny because I'm in a wheelchair. The other day I was at a mall and this guy said to me, "You need to stay inside like Trump says." Well, check this out, folks. Add the One, who's an advocate for people who are in wheelchairs and who are disabled or handy capable. Every time I go out, people look at me funny because I'm in a wheelchair. And the other day I was at a mall and this guy said to me, "You need to stay inside like Trump says." Oh man, I'm very sorry that happened to you. You see how prejudiced these Trump supporters are? It's just unbelievable how they treat people. No, maybe the wheelchair guy on YouTube was, but Randy, stop making fun of people. Thank you. These sources are legitimate. I got an email from Add the One. He's emailed me twice. No, I look pretty young. I look below my age of 85. I'm not 85, but I do look younger than 85, don't you think? Please.
Yeah, you look younger than 85.
Thank you. Thank you so
Maybe
much.
you should be like this guy. He eats 5 cans of sardines every morning for breakfast.
Oh, that's a lot of good omega-3 oil. That'd be great, Sarah.
17 grams of protein.
Let's share the story. Hold on, everybody.
50% of your daily calcium.
Hold your horses, everybody. I've got a good
Whether
story.
in oil or water, they're laden with omega-3.
I want to get it with mustard because they've got turmeric in them, and that helps you live longer, too.
That's good, too, yeah.
I'm going to get mustard sardines this week. No, Ronald Reagan sounds more like this. Now, if Ronald Reagan had lived on 5 sardine cans a day and less Valium, Nancy and he would still be alive. Because Nancy would want to live, too.
I'll be back. Thank you. Did you finish all the chicken?
No, it's in the other fridge, though. I refrigerated it. Sorry. I did finish the whatever, the stuffing, I guess.
Thank you. Was it okay?
Yeah, it was all right.
Okay.
You don't like sardines? You hate sardines? Well, this, what is it? It's a millionaire investor. He eats 5 cans of sardines for breakfast. Craig Cooper is his name. Wow, his blood nutrition profile was taken by the head nutritionist for Red Bull. He said he had the best omega-3 profile of anyone he'd ever tested. Well, because he eats 5 cans of sardines every morning for breakfast. Wow. Maybe he should, I wonder he should maybe do the water thing too. He relies on health and wellness to maintain his packed schedule. His best decades have been his 40s and 50s. Wow. You can be stronger and healthier and just as active as you were in your 30s and early 40s. You've got an assistant. Thanks, Justin. I don't want to be reminded of that. Thanks, 3895. I don't want to be reminded of that either. Yeah. I wonder if sardines are as good for women as they are for men. All right. Yeah, I try not to talk bad about anyone, Anita. It's true. Optometrist. Okay. Antique has an assistant who has 10,000 tabs open. Well, I feel like I have 10,000 tabs open. I have so many tabs that they're like this small and I can't see what they are. When you say bad stuff online, you're paranoid that someone will see what you wrote or something. right. Yes, that's true. I'm not spamming a single room. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Anita. It's better, like, to take the advice my mom said. If you don't have any, thing nice to say about someone, don't say anything at all. So, I tend to be quiet a lot. Why do you have so many tabs open? Hide the title of each. I only have it open because David has opened all of the tabs. So now comes down the time, here I'll show you. Now comes the time when Sarah gets to close out all the tabs. See these across the top here? Each little like black dot is a tab that David has open. Thank you. See? All those little black dots up here are tabs. So I'll start closing out of them if I can. I don't even know. Like, I can't even... It's awful when you can't... I can't close out of them. I can't close it. There's so many tabs that I have to expand it into another screen in order to close it. Alright. We'll go through and see. Is it worth me putting this on another page in order to bookmark this, or shall I just close it out? David is a busy internet surfer. Okay, prescription medicine is such a modern scientific feat. Why do Americans who are on medications remain the sickest people? Okay, natural news. You might have a point. Do I really care, or am I going to read this? No, I'm closing you out. Sorry. Next. Gluten-free bread for Holy Communion is toast, says the Vatican. Not needed. Next. Chicago Kids video thing. Not needed. Next. Greenland ice melt caused by more sunny days, not catastrophic climate change, scientists discover. Could be that the sunny days are due to climate change. Next. I'm not going to favorite them all, no way. Alright, what is this? I guess I have to make it smaller for me to see. With a heat wave continuing to bake California and the rest of the West, wildfires forced nearly 8,000 people to dash for safety Sunday as flames destroyed homes and threatened thousands of structures across the state. There's a lot of wildfires in California, good to know, and not saving that. Alright, next. Trump Jr. was told in email of Russian effort to aid the campaign. Okay, that's worth saving though. I will put this in here. And then I'll close it out. Huffington Post. Closing out of Huffington Post. Keep supporting Huffington Post by turning off your ad blocker. No thanks. You regret what you said on Vaughn. Oh, Siren Sea. Well, I haven't seen Siren Sea since a long time ago. Woman who laughed at Jeff Sessions could face jail time this week. Wow, that's kind of a interesting story. I'll save that. What is this? Oh, some kind of video. Obama open mic slip. After my election, I have more flexibility. Oh, yes. This was way back when, in like 2012, and he was saying in May of 2012, March of 2012, he was saying after he was elected in November of 2012 that he'd have more flexibility. So I'm going to close out of that. Search for a new FBI building has been canceled. The decade-long search for a new FBI headquarters has been canceled by the federal government. Both the FBI and the General Services Administrations are undergoing leadership transitions. So they were going to relocate the FBI to a building under the DC suburbs after trading the J. Edgar Hoover building to a real estate developer and using $2 billion in taxpayer funds to cover what was left. But neither administration could convince Congress to approve the plan. Good. Hopefully they didn't trade it to the real estate developer. All right, closing that. I know, so many open tabs. It's amazing. More Donald Trump Jr. pressure mounting. Calls to testify in Russian meeting. I'll save this. I'm going to put that in the... I am working on closing them, but it's going to take me a while. Because, like I said, David has so many. What is... This is not needed. I hate these things when people, like, give me little pictures of stuff. Sorry, but I just don't like it. To add me on Facebook? I'm not going to add anyone on Facebook. Sorry. California Democrats plunge into civil war. They're demanding the party move more aggressively on a variety of issues. Is this important? Okay, I'm glad you're going to relax. Is your chemo your cat? I hope you relax with chemo. I don't really worry about California Democrats. All right. Trump's budget is ruthless to disabled and poor people. I guess I'll say that. MySpace rocks. You like MySpace? I haven't used MySpace in years.
You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. I'm Danny Cox. We start in the United States, where the Senate Intelligence Committee wants to speak to the president's eldest son.
Okay. USA Today, sheriff, as many as 16 people are dead in a military plane crash. There was a KC-130 plane went down near LaFleur and Sunflower Counties, Jackson, Mississippi. A military refueling aircraft crashed Monday afternoon in a soybean field, claiming at least 12 lives. They believe there have been 16 bodies on the plane. Most of them are Marines. So experienced a mishap. I will say this, my heart goes out to all those Marines that lost their lives. Okay. Yes, you can see me now. Yes, this is kind of like my new trivia night. Well, somebody said that trivia wasn't working because it was too delayed, and so one of the things that I try to do is get rid of all of David's tabs, open tabs. So I'm gonna work on that. Okay, I just wanted to say that about my heart goes out to those Marines and the families of the Marines that lost their lives in Mississippi. Yes, I do have, it does seem like I've developed a lisp recently. Don't know why. I could type the question, it's just that my typing skills aren't as fast as some other people. Really, an unidentified lisp. Not really, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, next. Feds intensify investigation into Jane Sanders' college land deal. A land deal made by Jane Sanders, wife of Bernie Sanders, while she was president of Burlington College. When was this? So prosecutors in recent months have obtained boxes of college records, conducted interviews, and even brought a Vermont official before a grand jury to testify, according to the Washington Post. Former trustees of the now closed college also said that Jane Sanders' lawyers interviewed them to find out what potential witnesses may be saying to federal investigators. Okay, I think I would rather look at Washington Post than freebeacon.com. Okay, I'll bookmark the Washington Post one and close out of this one. You're trying out this new Windows Millennium Edition, ME. Isn't that similar to XP? I remember ME, I think. Well, David thinks it's better to have less salt in your diet. Too much salt can increase stroke chances. Alright, what is this? A picture? Again? So unnecessary.
Thank you so much.
A CGI group Wikipedia. A photoshopped image of the recent G20 summit has been circulating on social media. So in one, there's Trump's there, and another, he's not. So, okay. I mean, Putin is in the middle. Why am I doing this to my fans? Here, will it help if I put it behind me? There we go. Oh, you're using Windows 11, an unreleased beta. Nice. Do you like it? GOP struggles to revamp ailing Obamacare repeal bill. Okay. David's going to be upset because that I closed out all of his tabs, but I'm not really too concerned about it. Interest rates are going up 1%. Things are going to get interesting. Thank you, Hydroglow. According to Microsoft, they're not going to... I already have this one. Wait, this is New York Times. Yes, this is New York Times. I already have this open. A simple DNA test, only $79, and then they can get a hold of your DNA. I don't think there will be an 11 either. Windows 11. I don't know what Windows will be doing. I can't really envision the future, other than maybe more Xbox stuff. Oh, I saved this so I can look at it later. Or I emailed the link to myself, how to create a simple web-based chat application.
Oh, neat. Wow. That's cool.
And then this is poor France. They're inundated with rain.
Rain in France.
And then ever since... Oh, and then I just emailed this to myself too. And I'll close out of this. And then everything that you just opened, since I was in here last time, I just closed out.
Good. Excellent.
I didn't bookmark it.
We have 1 million viewers on UHF and UHF Plus, VHF, and CCAM. And by the way, thank you for closing those out.
What is CCAM?
I don't know. I have no idea. But you know something? I really do find it interesting. Last couple days ago, we got an email from somebody who showed me their new VHF antenna system that they sent to us, the picture, to prove that they really were bouncing our signal. And it's amazing. The image I sent, I tried to send it to somebody on my email list, and we learned something very weird about email on Google. I did. If you forward something on Google, it literally takes it out of the inbox and sends it somewhere.
Well, it doesn't take it out of the inbox. It adds it to a conversation.
It's a big market, CCAM is. Well, what happened was I took the forward email and added it to a conversation, which was sent to a person that didn't have an email address anymore, because he's been doubting whether we have, worldwide viewership. And ironically, that his email address is expired at gmail.com. It came back as a mailer demon. And I thought, oh, okay, well, I really don't want a mailer demon in my inbox, so I just deleted it. Well, that deleted the forward email, proving that the VHF transmitter was working. So if any of you have another picture of one of your VHF transmitters and you want to email it to us, our email address is americasthirdparty@gmail.com. This includes UHF transmitters as well. americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Yeah, I'm sorry I deleted your email, because I was going to show it to Sarah, and then I was forwarding it to a person who doubts me, and then that's what happened.
And then he couldn't show it to me.
And it wasn't in trash when I went to look for it. Ozark says the UHF uplink is working fine. Excellent. Good.
Yay. Thanks,
Yay.
Ozark.
Thank you, Ozarks. We had some anti-transmitter activity. Many people think the government's been trying to shut us down.
Oh, wait.
Does Siren C still broadcast on Vaughn?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I haven't seen or
Is
heard of
she
Siren
still
C
around?
For a very long
Yeah.
time.
I haven't seen Siren C in our room in a long time.
What was it called? VHF?
VHS.
S?
Yeah, VHF, yeah. VHF antenna. Nothing.
Oh, here it is. This one?
Yeah.
It's in trash.
No kidding. Wow. Okay, we found it. Sarah is so great with Google. Thank you. Okay, here we go. We got it, folks. This is it. It came into our show.
We are Team Sponheim.
Check this out. It came in. Now, I'm really kind of converting people who are disbelievers of this. You look. No, I grabbed the wrong page. Hang on.
I know. Here, let me try. Can I?
Okay, go ahead and try. Good
First,
luck.
Let me do. Before I do that, I'm going to restore this message. There you
Good.
go.
Thank you. We
So
found
it's
it.
been recovered from the trash, and then I'm going to add screen capture.
Okay.
And then we'll go here.
Here we go. Here we go. Check it out, everybody. This is, you can check it out.
Pictured is the...
Oh, have it blow up here
wait,
on the screen
wait,
so
no,
you can see
I don't
it.
want to. Because I don't want to... Okay, there we go. Give away any email addresses.
Right.
Okay, pictured is the VHF antenna we have set up across Grass Mountain, Saskatchewan, linked across North America. Of course, it's... Oh.
It's illegal, so I cannot disclose the exact location. No, we can't control what they're doing. But more proof you are going worldwide. We are many. We are Team Sponheim. There's the picture right there. More pictures to come. See, it's illegal in their country to do this. Coming soon. You don't have to click on the picture.
Okay, I'm just going to close now.
But there it is, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm glad I caught it. You caught it. Thank you. That was great. Yeah,
oh,
she's
a
good.
Googling award. That's just what I always wanted.
You got a Googling award. 5 stars.
Best Googler.
Wow.
Yay.
News, really? Oh, we hardly ever see news here.
Opposing working with Russia on cyber security. We have White House counselor Kellyanne Conway, counselor to the president, joining us now. It is good to have you this morning.
It's good to be had.
Thank you, Chris.
So,
it's good to be had, John, Jack, John, Pete. What's your name? Okay, so I'd rather look at Sarah than Kellyanne Conway myself. But
I'd rather look at myself than Kellyanne Conway as well.
I mean, I'm going to just show you how much Sarah looks like Kellyanne Conway in a better way.
I don't think I look
You
like
have similar
Kellyanne
facial. You
Conway.
have similar facial features.
No.
No, just. I don't know. You look so much better than Kellyanne Conway, but I'm just saying. Kellyanne Con Artist. There you go. Oh, you're like amazing compared to her. You see the similarity?
It does look something. Just
yes, I heard that we have 1 billion viewers on UHF, UHF Plus, and VHF CCAM. Yeah, I heard about it. Thank you. Oh, give me a break. God, you know, you probably look like that yourself, and you just come in here.
Okay. Oh, we'll give you a...
I'm done.
Thanks. I'm finished.
Good. Thank you. I'm done with my break.
For tonight, I am going to say goodnight, goodnight, goodnight.
Thank you. Another really good show with Sir after the helm. Coming up from Liverpool, London. La Beatles. Many of you don't know who Ed Sullivan was. YouTube. Trump walks out on a 1990 CNN interview with being fake news. Okay, and why is Trump and CNN important to me? They're friends. Jeff Zucker is a friend of Trump's. He's an Ashkenazi Jewish friend of his. Is that a warning to turn guest chat off? You want me to turn it off or else? You dirty rat. Turn the guest chat off. It's fake news? Yeah. Okay. This is fake
say
news.
something false, I attack those people. Because the news gets away with murder. The news media, they get away with murder. Very tough in terms of libel laws because the media is so protected, and it's ridiculous that they're so protected, but they can write virtually anything. The difference is, with me, at least they pay some price. And I think more people should have that attitude, and I think you'd find a lot more accurate reporting, including yours.
What was inaccurate so far?
I thought your demeanor was inaccurate. I thought.
See, he uses every kind of an emotional response. He thought your demeanor was inaccurate. He doesn't have an answer. Okay, we have everything in here recorded on guest chat hate. We're featuring another channel called Death Threats Against Dave. Yeah. Yeah, it's called Death Threats Against Dave, and we're going to open up the channel as a worldwide event. They're paid to attack us because they know they can't stop me. I love you, Dave. If I wash monthly, will you marry? No. Nevada's running out of weed. Oh my gosh. I thought they had enough. Everyone said that they had enough to sell for 5 years. Apparently there was such a bonanza of sales in Nevada a few days ago that they just literally, you know, have to resupply.
Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Ben Winslow. Nevada may be running out of weed, and it's a state of emergency.
Warning, warning. State of emergency. Nevada is running out of weed. Dude, like, totally. I mean, you know, there's going to be like a big demand, you know, like every other state that did this really know about this, man. We are recording the chat, yes. Time, 5-year days. 5 years, 5 days. We just, we had legalization in Washington over 2 years ago. Now they've made over $1 billion in sales, and that equates to $400 million in state taxes. And Washington is actually the best form of commerce as a guideline for other states. They're seeing commerce, the way that we package it. Oregon, you can actually go and look jar to jar, and the guy will pick it out with little tweezers and go, oh yeah, totally, oh, this is steady stuff, dude. And they'll go, or you need something more. It's pretty interesting, as I've been down to Oregon and checked out their operation. But in Washington, it's all in bags. Yeah, we saw that. Thank you, Ghost. It's all in bags. I'm not allowed to read their IP address. You guys can. I can't. Yeah, I'm not allowed to. It violates TOS rules if I read their IP address. So if you have any information yourself, you could certainly, you know, pass that on. Whew. Wow. Anyway, we have them all in closed containers. There's hardly any smelling jars anymore. When they started, they had smelling jars, but the people just didn't want to even bother putting them in smelling jars. They just packed them, and they were selling like crazy. Hey, a Bang Fad has joined us over at Periscope. Wow, a Bang Fad. You get special attention at Periscope. Yeah, under 2 ounces for personal use, Wisconsin. Yeah, Jackson, right on, man. People don't understand why it's not legal. And it was Richard Nixon that made it illegal when he signed the Controlled Substances Act. No, I don't do totalitarian governments. I'm building a populist alternative to the current democratic socialist program. Yeah, well, don't worry. You can, your bong hit coma, now you're up. You can watch our show on YouTube when it reboots. At the end of our show, coming up at 10, it starts uploading and processing, and then you can just hit the on button at about 10:30, and the YouTube video should be up ready to go. Go to americasthirdparty.com at 10:30, and you can watch our whole show over again. Pretty cool technology, huh? Yeah. Hey, Conspiracy Monday, we kind of touched on the Seth Rich thing early on. But the situation with Donald Trump Jr. is kind of way over-dramatized, the situation. It's way bigger, rather, I should say. Yeah, so Seth Rich being uninvestigated, the death he had at the hospital, very, very interesting. Stories blowing out about how the emails were from Seth Rich, and nobody in our government's investigating it, but they are trying to pry open the Russian case, which is a slightly different case. The Russian case is not the email case of Hillary Clinton. It's Donald Trump colluding with the Russian government prior to the election. Yeah, I've tried, and I tried some rosin. And you hear a loud jet? Yes, it's a loud jet in the background you hear. We get jets all the time here. We're in a Navy testing area. Gold is down to $12.11 and silver $15.54 an ounce. And the Dow Jones still hovering at 21,408. Yeah, so I definitely tried that, Ann. It was very good. And really kind of interesting how you do it. You put it on a little coil in a vaporizer, and I use a M3, Cloudpore M3, it's called. I'll spell it out for you. And this, forget the Cloupor. Yeah, Cloudpore, I think it's called. Anyway, it's pretty cool. The coil gets near the outside rim of this apparatus, and you put just a tip of that rosin on there. It's only about that much, and ever so small. And the whole rosin ring is about this big, and it was completely compressed with. It's a hot press. There's no chemicals involved in it. It's completely 100% natural THC reduced from the actual plant itself. Anyway, long story short, one little hit on that thing and you're good for about 2 hours. No resin, no residue, no tar, an absolute amazing product. And when we do that, when we build these rosin systems, and when our government starts to see this as a viable opportunity, we're going to have better products in the market and safer products than anything in the cocaine realm that people are doing, anything in the heroin realm that people are doing. And you can't OD on these products. That's what's really interesting about it. And getting excited about the rim, yeah. No, we don't need a totalitarian government, Mr. Stinky Poos. Are you here to just try to destroy our show here? Here's a 7-watt UHF TV transmitter package with antennas up to a 6-mile range, good for in-town broadcasting. Wow, that's a cool deal. What does it cost? $555. The guy that Ozarks was telling me that they had to put a transmitter worth about $8,000 in to make this possible. So there are people that believe in this movement that much that they're investing in their infrastructure. I have no knowledge of what they're doing and how they're doing it. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Our government doesn't want me to be involved in any type of knowing about how other people promoting. You know that corporations can either run a campaign against a candidate now, or they can run a campaign in favor of a candidate. Corporations can. And it doesn't violate FEC law as long as I don't know about it, or the candidate doesn't know about it. You call David John a Methheim? Really? You think that's funny? I don't do meth, man. You took too much of a dab hit and passed out for a day and a half, but you didn't die, did you? We can't really broadcast on local radio, Bogmaster, a monster. I've been censored in my own area. They'll lose their job. Corporations and the mass media in America is completely controlled. We're waiting for this worldwide exposure to kind of break the lid on a story, even an international foreign press story. But it turns out the CIA owns almost all of the foreign press and their agents. It's kind of amazing. And I'm not the one really talking about that. A guy was killed recently, or maybe he died of his 4th heart attack, who talked about this. He openly discussed it in front of the American people, the world audience. He's a journalist who, he's a German journalist who openly talked about how he was a person working for the CIA and how he controlled.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years, and I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public.
His story was he did the stories that made Gaddafi the arch enemy of the world. He concocted stories about Muammar Gaddafi across the globe that led to the death and destruction of Muammar Gaddafi. It took about 6 weeks for them to finish off the attack, but it started 6 months earlier, in which Gaddafi fled through the country. You remember it. And finally was hunted down like an animal and never given any justice. Well, the CIA paid this guy to write stories about Gaddafi.
But seeing right now, within the last months, how far, how the German and American media tries to bring war to the people in Europe, to bring war to Russia, this is a point of no return.
Okay, so anybody slandering me in the news will be prosecuted, including that person. If you have any proof that Lee Stoll has said anything about me, be sure to email it to me, including the video or audio transcript, to americasthirdparty@gmail.com. I'm building a slander case against her. All right, thank you. So yeah, people like him were paid by the CIA to be the information gatherers, and full-on reporters. These people were reporters. All right, so we've got some stories that are conspiracies. I'm going to go through the gamut of things that came in our pre-show. Okay, we've got a very, very intense story from YouTube. 5G networks will unleash diabolical world of AI and free
Hi everybody,
roaming
it is
robots.
July 10. I just got this link from a subscriber who left it under one of my 5G videos. California passed SB 649. And
apparently SB 649 is about to unleash a diabolical world of artificial intelligence and free roaming. And we do need a Lee Stoll. It's Stoll, not Stool. Lee Stoll. Any kind of statement she made about me on camera. I appreciate that. Quack says, I have a question, Dave. All the BS, the negative news, the peeps in the know saying the 10-year-old yield should go north of 2.61, and allegedly our job numbers were good. I'm not buying it. I'll see a crash in a crappy economy with zero inflation because none of the peeps and corporations that have the cash will spend it. Yes. Yes, you're right. Quack 10. Yep. Well, I guess he's copyrighted the we need a Lee Stoll sample. Okay, thank you. Stoll. It's Stoll. Stoll sample. I did not hear about the robot that killed a person. I heard about the person driving a self-driving car. Tesla was killed. Yeah. I hear you, man. All right, that's a good video to come up and watch in a little bit. Well, let's be clear. We're going to add that to our list of videos. Kafka Winston World has that story. Yeah, well, I believe that the robot world is a dangerous future world. If it's not handled by a democratic action, if it's handled by global elitists like it seems to be headed toward, it's going to be a police state of unbelievable, unparalleled fear and insecurity for all of us. We're not going to be able to survive individually against a robot-driven world unless we're collectively united as a country. That's a simple concept and a simple fact. Seattle Council to vote today on income tax on the wealthy. Yeah, they've been pushing this for a while, Patrick. Ever since Bill Gates' dad started pushing for this concept of allowing income tax for the wealthy, people have been very unsure about where it's going. And Bill Gates' dad actually supports this concept. I liked AI. Mr. President, it's really a new world order. Oh, come on, Kissinger. Hey, anyway, Seattle City Council approves income tax on the wealthy. You know, this is just the first step. It's a slippery slope. So people think that if wealthy people are going to get taxed in the state of Washington or in the city of Seattle, then it starts to open up the possibility of everyday people. Pretty soon they lower the number, and everyone's... Right now, we don't have a state income tax. We're one of the few states in the country that don't. So they're trying to slip it in through the city council. Thanks for telling me. Ease it in with a little lubricant, you know? Yeah. During public comment, PAC City Council chamber listens to a speaker in favor of an income tax on higher earners. So they get these stooly pigeons that are going in there and... Yeah, and they're stool samplers. They go in there and there's paid spokespeople for the opposition. They get... I wouldn't doubt they're getting money to do it. Seriously. I believe that every rich person should have an income tax. You know what's really ironic is our state doesn't want to cut their taxes because they won't cut their spending. They've got all kinds of... Okay. You're going to make fun of my Cuban accent now, huh? Okay. Yeah. I was saying the government has $60 million for Matrix research. Yeah. It's crazy. I saw the link earlier. And this from One Pacific Redwood. Thunderstorms.
Okay, today is July the 9th, 2017, and right now at 2:30.
Apparently thunderstorms are being blocked from entering the California area, continuing the nonstop drought and 100-degree weather temperatures they're facing. I don't know, what's the highest temperature in LA? Did anyone know tonight? Was it 120 like they predicted? Anybody have an idea what the highest number in LA was? All right, don't worry about it. But they're burning, they're scorching. It's terrible. I mean, you can't even walk around Disneyland. It's a scorched earth after all. It's a scorched earth after all. California. It was in the high 80s, really. Oh, California was not as hot as I thought it was. I was Probably too preoccupied playing with my godchild and Mildred when I buried my face in her boobums. Okay, well that's kind of intense. 120 degrees? Well, now that's what I'm talking about. 80 degrees, and now it's 120. I grew up in LA. I grew up in Los Angeles, California. It's on fire. The city. My name's David. I'm not a cop. Easy listening. What do you got?
She died after robotic equipment crushed her head at a manufacturing facility in 2015.
Wow.
Now her widower is taking the companies who made those robots to court. 24-Hour News 8's Sarah Hurwitz in studio control with a breakdown of a very unique federal lawsuit. Sarah?
O'Brien, the suit alleges that Wanda Holbrook was just performing normal and necessary maintenance to equipment that she'd done for years at Ventra in Ionia when something went terribly wrong and she lost her life. It was July 7th, 2015. A federal lawsuit alleges that longtime employee Wanda Holbrook was performing maintenance in the welding department at Ventra.
She was standing in an area in front of where the part was going to be placed. So the part was being placed, her head was between those two spots, and so it planted the part with her head in the middle.
Attorney Matthew Wickander says it's unclear where exactly Wanda Holbrook was standing, but he says the robot was already loaded with a hitch assembly, and it wasn't supposed to load another part until the other had been removed. He says it essentially double loaded.
I get the picture. Wow, that's too poor lady, yeah. Los Angeles means city of angels, right? In Spanish, or Lost Angels, we don't know. Now that's a definition of a robot that just doesn't care that your head's in the way. The head popped like a clapping sound. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about watermelons blowing up and things. I did a deposition up here in when I used to do video at my business. I did videography for big corporations. And one of the companies hired a firm nearby here I was working with, and I was sent up into the coking factory 2 days in a row with a camera and in order to film the coking process. So for 2 days I risked my life going through a plant that is blown up a couple times in my area. And I met the men and women, mostly men though, that work in these coking plants. What is a coking plant? It's a plant that turns coal into kerosene, diesel, and gasoline. And it turns the raw crude oil into kerosene, diesel, and gasoline. So this coking plant was using raw crude oil shipped in from Alaska and other areas. Anyway, they still do it all the time. But there have been numerous accidents, industrial accidents. I did a deposition, a video deposition for one of them. And I won't mention the firm, but I have all the tape, and I have it all recorded. An entire tour of the coking factory. And it showed me the safety procedures that these big corporations are using to protect people, because I was in support of the corporation. I was doing the video for the corporation. And it's just one of those things that some company ordered me to do. I didn't even want to do it. Anyway, somebody had to do it, right? I didn't get a high from the inhaling, but I had to wear air masks, full-scale air masks. I went into the coking plant itself, and I saw the guys with the flame-proof material, which can handle 3,000 to 4,000 degrees. They get these huge suits on, and they hold these massive tongs, and they grab the coking coal, which is some of the most intense. The kernel of the coking process is when all the oil is drained out and pulled out and extracted and put into. They get the kernel of coal. The coking coal is being used by steel manufacturers around the world to melt steel. This stuff is really valuable and is carried separately than anything else. So they're grabbing this stuff, 4,000 degree temperatures, unbelievable. The scene that I saw and I videotape of. Anyways, I risked my life for 2 days doing that. They risk their life every day. Yeah, and it was all because 2 or 3 people had their heads blown clean off. Yeah. I don't vape oregano on camera. Yeah, they had their heads blown clean off. The safety chains didn't hold. But the company was saying that they did have necessary safety chains, and that's the video I made. And it was all professionally done and correct. And I was one of the first people to use nonlinear video editing equipment. I used the Media 100 back when it first started. The prosumer Media 100 was the first nonlinear video editor. Now all the video is nonlinear edited now, and the programs that you get now are free, some of them, and some of them you pay for. No, I was never into I never saw her head being blown clean off. I guess the prosecuting attorney and the defending attorney had video of it. It had been recorded through this closed circuit television of her head blowing clean off. And they say her hands were just standing there when the thing blew, and the head just... So luckily she died quickly. Unfortunately she died, and then we heard of another incident where a young man, a bunch of young men they make about $60 an hour at this oil factory. I mean, it's really good pay, and everyone who gets a job there in my area is really happy. And there's some old timers that are working. You see them come in for Christmas shopping because they work so hard, and they come in with their kids and do Christmas shopping. That's the only time you see these people come out of their job. But they make $60 an hour, and they're like big breadwinners. But every day they risk their life handling the most dangerous materials on earth, the kind of materials that go into your car. It's a coking plant, like the Koch brothers. They pretty much built the process. I'm watching him too. Yeah, I have a group of remote viewers watching Pope Francis right now. It's pretty funny. And I believe he may be doing something indecent at his advisor's house. You may want to check into that. They just got caught. Pope Francis's entire advisor and his group of young men were called in. The cops were called in because they were having a gay orgy. I'm not making this news up. I wish I could. Pope Francis has more to deal with than my electric fence, believe me. He's got unbelievable problems happening. He won't even allow gluten-free Eucharist to enter the church, and these people are having celiac reactions from taking in the body and blood of the Lord Jesus. Well, he's got a foot fetish. Can you blame him? And to think that he wants to be canonized for washing people's feet like Jesus did. Isn't that pathetic? I know. He's got his laptop tuned into Vaughn right now, and he's chuckling. Well, he knows that I know all about his background, and frankly, when he said that there is no hell, I was shocked to the core of my Catholic roots, because I was baptized Catholic. I'm probably more Catholic than he is. He's not infallible, no. Anyone who denies the existence of hell is heading to hell. I mean, come on. St. Peter's not going to say, oh, let's see, we have you Pope Francis. Who are you again? Oh, yes, it's scheduled for purgatory and then hell. Goodbye. He can't even save his own soul and all the homosexuality and pedophilia in the Catholic Church. Need I go into detail? I'm the original anti-Pope Francis guy. Trump copied me. I don't know what St. Peter has. He might even have a Moses-style tablet. Introducing the Moses 3000. Made for a new era of interactive tablet communication. This tablet puts out the 10 Commandments in less than 3 nanoseconds. You can watch them so that you'll be reminded, do not kill, do not commit adultery, do not worship ungraven false idols, do not commit idolatry. Yeah. Wouldn't that be a great tablet, the Moses 3000? Trump does wish he was me. I have a better life than Trump. It's kind of amazing. I don't have to worry about my daughter filling in for me when I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, Trump's all upset that somebody made a big comment about Ivanka sitting in on a couple of the G20 meetings for him. Hello to all my viewers in the Philippines. Welcome. Yeah, definitely. Don't forget, I have marijuana on my mind. An airdrop of marijuana on the entire nation of the Philippines, but specifically Manila. Hey, Jeff Boston, how are you, man? Maxine Waters slams Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
I know this is some late-breaking news.
Well, Maxine, there's one problem. His name isn't Gerald Kushner. It's Jared, Maxine. I know she got the word impeachment misspelled last week. She spelled it I-N-P-E-A-C-H.
news that we're getting and the statement officially from Don Jr. about now what this meeting, at least the latest story about what this meeting was about, and the fact that it could have been to receive compromising information about Hillary Clinton. Does that seem more believable for this meeting than his original story about the sanctions of Americans not being able to adopt Russian babies?
Oh, well, I don't think that anybody in their right mind would believe what he is saying. Obviously, there was a meeting that he did not report, but this has been consistent with those around Donald Trump in not reporting these meetings. Whether you're talking about Manafort, who filed that he was an agent late, had to be discovered, or Jared Kushner, who filed late, or now, you know, Donald Jr., who filed Jared Kushner, discovered, or Jared Kushner, who filed late, or now, you know.
Hey, she said Jared Kushner, okay, not Gerald. So you're giving this woman a bad rap, all right? Cut Maxine Waters a little distance on the, you know, let us speak, man.
Donald Jr., who had not told anybody about this meeting. The lies are consistent, and yet.
Yeah, I agree with Maxine Waters. Right on, Maxine. Yeah, we got inconsistencies out of the Trump cabinet.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Maxine, for leading this effort to impeach Trump. Yeah, thank you. We've grown to like more and more of Maxine ever since she started in doing the necessary things to impeach Trump. She might have a place in my administration. You never know it. You never know, man. I mean, she carries a lot of weight. She definitely could make things happen in some of the inner city areas, that's for sure. And she truly does care, or at least she pretends to. And she has great hair. Suspicious activity report. George Webb doxing of rabbit by brother Dave Acton. Wow. Alleged. I don't even know what to do with this. I'm going to have to wait on this one. I'll put it in the lineup. Hold your horses. Hold your horses, America. We're already in the after show and the extended show and beyond. And the links keep coming in. One after another added to our link list. I got to do some work here. Yeah. Yeah, that's a ticket. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll play that too. Dave Acton is back. He opened up another channel to stay active, as Dave Acton, famous for his statement, "You lose, Chi-Chi." Some people say I do that so well that I sound like Dave Acton. I just said it. Do I qualify as some people? Well, I didn't mean to give Sarah too much work to the tabs open, man. Yeah, I think we've got a cool crowd here tonight. We had to get rid of a few bad people because of the, you know, the attacks, but I think they've been warned. Bye. Oh. Now, Anna Carolyn doesn't hate Trump, but she prefers me for president. Thank you, Anita. Well, I think what's best about this show is the fact that we do it for free. And then here comes the hate, you know. Dude, believe me, we're not turning guest chat off. But I don't have cancer. No. Easy Listening's got a link. We are recording any chat hate in the chat room.
Ivanka Trump was the target of a man who showed up at Trump.
Armed by a man who is able to throw knives. This is scary. TMZ's got this story. Wow. Well, I'll end on that note, I guess. This is too good to be true. I'm recording them too. We have a separate recording of the chat every night now. Crazy how many people want to be charged with a felony.
Ivanka Trump.
That's the same story. All right. Well, this has been great. You know, we missed talking about a lot of big stories. Like I touched on Seth Rich in the beginning. There's not a lot to report on Seth Rich. We know that he died in the hospital, and the FBI doesn't want to pursue anything. We did, however, get the only video footage of Seth Rich ever provided that anyone knows of. And I'll bring you that footage right now.
But the DNC, I think several of you have spoken about provisional ballots and rejected ballots. I guess we've looked at, as an outside practitioner with a vested interest in training our voters, how do we get better access to data that tells us why ballots are rejected, why ballots are cast as provisional, so that we can analyze that and then develop better training guides?
Can one of the election officials speak to any work you've done with?
Okay. Everybody likes, that was Seth Rich. That's all the only footage we have looking for ballot fairness. That's all he has on record. Okay. Yeah, I know, Rex. Look, if the story is true about Donald Jr., and it is pretty much going viral on a national level. So Nevada's governor has declared a state of emergency because marijuana is running out of weed. Emergency regulations July 13th provide a structure for marijuana distribution for retailers. So the marijuana sales were so intense, many of the stores are running out of inventory completely. You know, similar situation happened in Washington State during the early days. Just hang in there, guys. They'll get more. Add the One has a story. People with disabilities make fun of Donald Trump. That's a good one. Yeah. There was a rally November 24th, 2015 against Donald Trump with people with disabilities. Yeah. They actually protested. I'm going to add that to the link as well, to the library, and just bring it on, you know. We're getting to the point where I just can't keep bringing in links. Sorry, guys, but thank you. We'll bring that one in for sure. All right. Send the mobile medical unit immediately. We will have every one of our mobile medical units will be equipped with disability ramps, and that's something that's a given. Every one of the buildings or constructions will have disability ramps. We have to include those. That's a requirement. It's the Individual with Disability in Education Act, signed into law and drafted by Ted Kennedy, is the overriding rule of law in America, and we still have to abide by it. But we did get this link that Trump's budget is ruthless to people who are disabled. This story says that people will be setting the clock back 50 years. Did I say marijuana ran out of weed? I meant Nevada ran out of weed. Thank you. It's been a long night. Yeah, so this is serious. Trump's budget is ruthless to poor people. It's going to set the clock back 50 years for disabilities. Lots of cutbacks by Trump. They're cutting SNAP, food stamps to people in need. Unbelievable. The cuts that he's making to allow the F-35 to continue on, a failed jet, is beyond belief. All right. No, 50 years we're rolling it back. Yeah, only. I know. The halcyon days back when people who were trying to get help couldn't get help. Or maybe they were getting help, like Mitch McConnell, who had polio. Yeah. If you're experiencing buffer on the new player, try the new player again. I just put this stream on a new test server that is solving buffering for several others. Okay. Well, that's funny, Mark, because we were told that we were the only ones playing HTML5. So, I'm not sure. Yeah, but thanks. Hopefully, if you refresh, it'll work better. Yeah. And Mark, I adjusted my settings for your show every night to include a max keyframe interval of 2.0 seconds. So, because I was having audio difficulties prior to that. Okay. Yeah. We need more bandwidth, that's for sure. Okay, we didn't really cover this story very well. Let me go back to it. The man who laughed at Jeff Sessions, or the woman who laughed at Jeff Sessions, could face jail time this week. Now, in a country that's supposed to be freedom of speech, Jeff Sessions prosecuted her for simply getting up and laughing when he made some statements, and tried to bring up the fact that he's been accused of being a racist in his home state, the South Carolina. Sessions had been rejected as a federal judge in the 1980s over concerns of his views on race. This is the guy that openly says that people shouldn't be smoking marijuana. This is the guy you have as an attorney general right now who should recuse himself for committing 2 felony counts of perjury, if not 3, and right in front of Al Franken, who doesn't have the balls to prosecute him.
My view is that crime does follow drugs. In the 70s and 80s, we saw so many lives destroyed by drug abuse. And I think the drugs today are more powerful, they're more addictive, and they can destroy even more lives. Young people have their lives destroyed. I, as you know, am dubious about marijuana.
Well, starting with marijuana, it's not addictive physically. You should be dubious because you're an idiot. Well, I have a backup channel, and I got Battle Cam. I got Battle Cam, and it's coming in clean at americasthirdparty.com, man. It's no flat. There's no HTML5. It's Flash. It's right on there. We also have the Vaughn chat room in there. Anytime you threaten my life, it's recorded as a death threat. You are hereby recorded as a death threat and will be summarily removed from the show. Yeah. Anyway, Jeff Sessions is so backward, it's ridiculous. No, I don't know who Ekaterina Lysina is, but I will look her up now. Let me get Putin on demand. Right here, I have him on the tablet created by Trump Enterprises. Oh, the world's tallest artificial structure is the building. Yeah. Khalifa. Okay, let us see who Ekaterina is. You're making it very difficult for Mr. Putin to control America, you Congress. That is very strange. She has one of the longest legs in the world. You're talking about Ekaterina. Okay. I can tell you've been watching too much Russian porn. You must go to bed now. Look at how long her legs are. God gifted me with a height so that I can reach. So this is the woman you're talking about, huh? Okay. Justin, I think you spent your time out there. YouTube will be calling you anytime now, man. And Richie from Boston is starting to dislike Trump. It's taken years. But a lot of people...
Now, this video is because I have got a barrage.
Yeah, Richie's got people following him. He got 720 followers. 720 million followers? 103,000 followers. Richie's been doing pretty well. He's kind of like William Mount. He made a deal with Dabu 7, and now he's just moving up in ranks big time. A lot of controlled shills are, so I'm not sure if Richie knows he's a controlled shill. He may not know that. A lot of people don't realize that the YouTube AdSense dollars are going in the way of anything completely wacky and different, to screw up your brain and make you think that nothing matters. What's it all about? You spend $10,000 a week for sex? What's wrong with you? Something wrong with your personality? I'm not saying Richie is or isn't. I'm just saying, you know, he could be. All right, we'll take a look at that too. Wow, this is exciting. Okay, I got to sign off because this is ridiculous. You realize how addictive this show can be? I don't even realize it's going in front of me. It's going on right as I do this. The enjoyment factor. Thank you for providing all these links, everybody. It's been fun. Tonight we start our show into the evening, videos till 2. And I will be up and running, talking to you in chat. Sometimes I break in and talk on the mic, but I rarely do in-camera work after hours because I'm usually unwinding and relaxing in my bathrobe. I like to laugh too. Wouldn't that be great? I'll play a little bit of laughter. A really good imitator of George W. Bush. Yeah, a guy by the name of Steve Bridges, who I believe was killed because he did a video impersonation of Barack Obama. And it was so good that, and I'll play you that too. It was so good that many people think he was just offed. Yeah, Steve Bridges died he choked to death after a flight from China. 21 million watching in Shanghai over FM modulators. Thank you. I don't matter. Thanks for telling me. Thanks for watching, everybody, worldwide audience. It's fantastic you coming in here. The man I'm going to play you does a great George Bush and he even did Clinton. I'm going to give you a little bit of George Bush and a little bit of Clinton. So you have no more buffering? HTML5 is working better, Mark says. Good. Are you paid to say that by Mark? And Taj Mahal, Trump's failed Taj Mahal, everything must go.
At the historic meeting of...
Oh, that was 1990, yeah. I remember that. Okay. Historic. They just keep coming. Non-stop links every few minutes. Non-stop. Okay, we'll play that too. Wow, good stuff in the lineup. Yeah, amazing how many things are in our lineup tonight. Wow. Groovy dancing girl. And I think on final note, let me get this thing queued up. Steve Bridges on George Bush. The roast of Jeff Foxworthy is... Okay. Here we go, everybody. This has been fun. To top off the evening, I just want to give you this final heads up. They're probably going to begin to try to erode James Comey's testimony about Donald Trump. But it doesn't in any way distract from the simple fact that Donald Trump admitted to a man named Holt, a newscaster on TV, that he fired Comey because he wanted the Russian investigation to stop. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. And that is an act of obstruction of justice, firing Comey for that reason, whether Comey was to be trusted or not. If the story about Comey is getting weirder and weirder, they may have found him releasing classified information. Either way, Comey's testimony doesn't the whole case against Trump doesn't even hinge on Comey's testimony. It hinges on the nuts and bolts, the brick and mortar work that's being done by the Senate investigation into Donald Trump and the Russians, as well as Robert Mueller and his special prosecution unit. The House is adding information, but ever since Devin Nunes reported to Trump, the House doesn't seem to have a solid handle on how to handle this. You can't report information on an ongoing investigation to the person you're investigating. And Devin Nunes did that. And he should probably be prosecuted as well. Anyway, I'm going to leave you with this little thing about James Comey leaking classified information. I'll be back tomorrow night with another great show, Truth Tuesday, starting at 5 p.m. Thanks for coming in, everybody. It's been good.
Remember when James Comey testified the material he leaked to a friend was not classified?
Yeah, my view was that the content of